Hi, a pleasant good afternoon to you all out there. I hope you guys are doing well today. My name is Mrs. Lightborn, and I'll be your teacher today. Our topic for today is slavery in West Africa. Before we start, I need you to get a notebook and a pen so you can take some notes. Okay, so slavery in West Africa. Objectives for today's students is to locate West Africa on a map of Africa, define slavery and the word enslaved, examine how Africans became enslaved in West Africa, and then finally to differentiate between how Africans became enslaved in West Africa and the New World. So we're going to look at the similarities and the differences in that objective. Okay, so what we have here is our introductory activity where we're going to review our last lesson. Our last lesson was on the West African empires. Now, the first question says, what were the names of the three West African empires? And that would be those empires that we would have studied in our last. Okay, so you can take a screenshot also of the objectives if you don't want to write. The screenshot will make it much quicker, and to take notes if you need to. Okay, so our activity here is, so did anybody get any of the responses? Okay, so the West African kingdoms that we would have studied prior would have been Ghana, Mali, and Songhay. These empires would have been successful for more than two reasons, but we will look at two for now. The well-trained armies would have allowed them to maintain their success. Also, we would have had very good leaders at the time that would have bring these empires to their heights. Persons like Mansa Musa of Mali, Askaya Muhammad of Songhay would have been some of the persons who would have brought these kingdoms and made them successful. Also, the control of the trade routes would have also garnered that success. And not only the control of the trade routes, but of the gold mines. Why did these empires decline? And most of all, we'll see that there were civil wars among the leaders and rulers of these kingdoms or empires, which would have caused them to fight against each other. And because of the infighting, other people were able to come in and take over. Also, the trade routes may have changed. And so once the trade routes changed, they no longer had control. And so if you no longer have control of the trade route, you were not able to tax heavily anymore. You were not able to tax because they would have changed and the control would have gone into some other empire's hand or other group. Okay, the location of West Africa. Western Africa is located in the south of the Sahara. So this area is West Africa, right? Is the West Africa. This area to the top here would be the Sahara Desert. Also other countries in West Africa. So many of those countries would have been located in desert zone, in a desert zone. Also north and west of the Atlantic Ocean. So north and this is the Atlantic Ocean here. So to the west, consists of 15 countries. And we are to know that majority of the slaves taken out of, or the enslaved persons taken out of West Africa would have been out of this area right here. Hence, we have the Yoruba people that we seem to have some connection with or to be descendants of here in the Bahamas. So let's go further. So what is slavery? What would be your definition of slavery? So my definition of slavery is that it refers to the condition in which people are owned by other people and forced to work without pay. So it means you don't have any freedom of movement or even an opinion. Oh, Juliet, I see you had the answers correct for Ghana, Songhai, and Mali. I saw that. Very good. Okay, Dante Farquharson says, my definition was taken by force to do jobs without any pay. Very good, Dante. Enslaved. And the word enslaved means to make a slave of someone. So instead of using slaves or calling them slaves, we call them the enslaved because they themselves did not want to be slaves, but they were forced. Okay, so we have this activity here. So we have this activity. It's called a vocabulary word map. And today's word that we're going to look at is enslaved. So you would write enslaved in the box. And then it asks you to find a definition or synonym. Can someone give me a synonym? A synonym for the word enslaved. So you're not going to give me the word enslaved again. You're going to give me another word. A synonym. Now, remember now, a synonym is a word that means the same thing or has the same meaning. Anybody? Very good. I see Jason. Jason says bondage. Yes, very good. So we'll use Jason's word. Okay, what about an antonym? So an antonym would be a word that is the opposite, that means the opposite of enslaved and bondage. Very good. Very good, Mr. Duncombe. I see you said liberated. Yes, another word can be to free. Thank you, Jason, for that. So freedom, liberated, and there's another word, emancipated. Okay, so now can we use the word in a sentence? Can we use the word enslaved in a sentence? Can we use the word enslaved in a sentence? And if you had to draw a picture, what would that picture represent? If you had to draw a picture of an enslaved person, what would that represent? You could write a. Okay, so you can continue that on your own. You could draw a picture, or you could let me know what your idea is of a picture that you put there. So that activity right there was to help with broadening your skills, your vocabulary skills. So that's an integration of language arts. Okay, how did Africans become enslaved in West Africa? There were 4 ways in which an African could become enslaved in West African society. These included to avoid starvation during times of farming. Now, in a famine, that means there's very little food around. And so what sometimes some parents who may have had many children, what they would have done would have allowed their children to become enslaved to a rich or wealthy family or ruling family, so that they would be able to get the food that they needed. So this enslavement was temporary. It was temporary because they would not have to do it all the time. They were not doing it for the rest of their lives. It was temporary in bad times during droughts when there was not enough food to go around. Parents would have done something like that. Also, the second point is to repay a debt. Now, in African society, if you owed someone, a lot of times persons would work for that person until they were able to repay what they owe. And so that was also temporary, because once you would have paid off the monies or whatever it was that you owed in your labor, you were free. Now, one of the things that I wanted to mention, slavery in West Africa was different from slavery in the New World in that aspect, because these times you would be able to be free after a time. But in the New World, it was for life. If you were a slave, you were a slave for the rest of your life. You didn't get to be free when you wanted to be free. Okay, so it wasn't about a debt, a repayment, or for food during hard times. Also, for serious crimes such as witchcraft, adultery, and murder, persons were also enslaved in West Africa. And that was also for a time. So you were sentenced to a certain period of time, and that was a form of punishment. But also in these times, you were able to rise up. So even being a slave in West Africa wasn't always so negative, in that many of them were able to rise in social mobility. So some of them were able to become generals of their armies. They were also, sometimes they got to be prestiged after they were slaves for a time. And so they got honored and they got privileged after a while. So they didn't have to remain in that status. Whereas in the New World, if you were a slave, there wasn't any change for you. You would die in that capacity. As in West Africa, you could always move away from that, right? You could always work your way up. In some cases, some slaves end up becoming rulers. And so that was also a positive part of that. Prisoners of war, or people captured in raids. Now, prisoners of wars, when a war is fought between 2 nations, or 2 countries, or 2 ethnic groups, at the end of the war, they always talk about the spoils. And in this case, sometimes the spoils were people. So instead of killing those persons who were left behind, who were probably injured, in this war, in the battle, they would take these persons, allow them time to heal, and they would become enslaved. And even in that, they were able to work their way out of that enslavement and be able to do other things as well. And so slavery in West Africa was not that horrible because you had opportunities to get out of it. However, a slave is still a slave. Next, how did enslaved Africans become enslaved in the New World? Now, we already know that slavery had always existed in Africa, and West Africa was no different. So before the Europeans, during the transatlantic slave trade, had come into West Africa, or Africa itself, there was a trade already going on the continent of West Africa, of Africa, sorry. And what I would have you to know is that the trade was called the Arab slave trade. And so the Arabs from the northern part of Africa, or the Middle East, would come into West Africa, and even at some point they ended up in East Africa, and they would take persons, they would enslave them in the Middle East, in Southeast Asia, even in North Africa. So you would find persons being moved away from their homes to go and be slaves in other areas of Africa, or taken out completely. And this would have began around the 7th century. So when the transatlantic slave trade began, these persons were not reluctant to be involved in the trade, because this would have been something that they would have been participating in for a while now. So it wasn't anything new to them. And so the traditional forms of slavery then changed. So the ways persons became slaves in traditional West Africa was no longer, it did no longer work that way. So you started seeing persons being kidnapped. People would go out to hunt, to fish, and they would be taken right off the coast and never seen again. The Portuguese started to do that when they set up their fort on the coast. They set up a fort, and on that, what was called El Mina, at the coast of Ghana, which is, remember, if we look at the ancient kingdom, right? We're not looking at the ancient kingdom. We're looking at the coast of West Africa as it is today, and it's called the land of gold. So they set up a fort there. And once they were able to set up a fort, this allowed them to trade with Africans for slaves. And of course, to obtain gold and other resources like gold and ivory from off the coast. And so they began kidnapping persons. But when they started to take these persons, they didn't take them across the Atlantic in the beginning. In the beginning, they took them to Portugal and Spain and places in Europe where they allowed them to work. And then eventually they started to take them to the Madeira Islands and the Canary Islands, where they had set up sugar cane plantations. So kidnapping was one of the ways they got persons. The next way was slaving wars. So what the Europeans would do, they would encourage wars between different ethnic groups who already had issues with each other. And so they would provide one group with weapons, guns, muskets, and even sometimes so that they would be able to go and start this war and win, because a gun against a sword, who you think win that battle? And so they decided to start these wars, because in the midst of all of these wars and what's going on, people never really actually understood the whole concept of what was happening. Because whilst you were fighting each other and getting slaves to be taken, the natural resources were also being taken. So sometimes they would even supply both groups with weapons. So they didn't have any preference of who they wanted to win, as long as at the end of it, they were able to get the supply of enslaved persons that they needed. Also, we have raids. They would go on raids in villages. And what they would do, when they get to these villages, they would start fires. And of course, if you're in your home, you would run out. Once you run out, persons would be there waiting to capture you. They would then place these, what they call the Y shape fork around the necks, two persons at a time. And this would start what they call a coffle. And once they would have done this, they needed to get away in time. So they would need the fires to last a while. And so the people who were left behind wouldn't be able to follow the couple, because a lot of times, even though these raids would take place and they were able to get people, other times they needed these persons to be able to stay away for a while so they could get far away enough so that they can get away with the persons, because the people from the villages would continue to come behind them to get the persons back. Okay, so what we have here is a picture of that exact same thing, where you have a fire going on in the background. You see the smoke and you see the fire, and then you have the woman trying to protect her children from being taken. This is also a picture of a war or raid that had taken place. And so you see some people are down and out, but they're still in the background. You see they're getting people ready to be taken. And so before these people, if they're not dead, before they're able to recover, they hope to be on their way with the persons they had captured. Okay, so question. How similar was the enslavement of Africans in West Africa to that of the New World? If anybody had joined the class, the last class on Wednesday, you would have seen that we went through how to answer questions pertaining to compare and comparisons, and making comparisons between two similar or different things. Now, remember, I would have stated that when you look at similarities, and it says how similar, but you also have to look at what is different, okay? So I need you to write this question down, and I would need you to give me your response. Okay, so I will begin to show you what your responses should look like when you're answering a how similar question. This would be question question D on the BGCSE examination paper 1. And so these types of questions are always asked. They're worth 5 marks. And so in order to receive those 5 marks, you would also need to have what they call similarities. So you have to be able to compare the similarities and both look at the differences. And you would need a conclusion. And in that conclusion, you're just summarizing or summing up all of what you would have written prior in one sentence. So you don't need another paragraph to do that. So I'll begin. Okay, so that right there would have given you 2 points because you would have put in where, and so this would be a difference. So you would have said in West Africa, enslaved persons could regain their freedom after they would have repaid a debt, right? And then you could further go on and say, whereas in the New World, you were a slave for life. Okay, any responses? And then, okay, so since we have that as something that is different, can someone give me something that was similar about the way they were enslaved? Okay, so we can say, so that's one difference. So if you put in a difference, if you start with putting in a difference, you will need to put in another difference, because what you would need is either two differences and a similarity, or two similarities and a difference plus your conclusion in order to get the 5 marks. And so instead of me doing another difference, can you please share with me a similarity? So I would start with both, right? So both, because both shows that you're looking at things that are alike. And other terms that you can use for both is, tell me some of the other terms that you can use to show similarities. So similarly, right? Similarly, give me another one for both. So if you're looking at both, both means that they're both alike, so they're similar. And then what else? Hi. Okay, so both, what did both do? Or all? All, okay. All, yes, you can use all. All, yes, you can use all. But how would you set up that sentence if you were to begin with all? And also a term when you're looking at differences that will frequently come up would be whereas, right? So you show the difference. So whereas, unlike, all of the persons. So Jolanda is saying all of the persons in in the New World and West Africa, what happened to them? Yes, you started. How would you complete that sentence? So all of the persons in the New World and West Africa. Complete your thought. So if I were to complete your thought, I would say all of the persons in the New World, and but which persons are you talking about? you would say all of the enslaved persons in the New World and West Africa were complete. Okay, so let me finish my 10th sentence. I would say paid for their work, but in different forms. No, that's not correct. Because remember, we started off saying that, but that was a good try. Remember, we started saying that slavery is ownership of a person by another person for work purposes, and you don't get any form of remuneration or money or anything like that sort. Okay, so a difference. Indentured servants could receive a plot of land at the end of their indentured servant, but these slaves in the New World were not paid. Okay, now remember, thank you, Duncan, but remember now, you're comparing two things that this thing didn't ask you to prepare. Remember, you have to always focus on the question. Don't let the question get away from you. You're comparing the enslavement of West Africans in Africa, right? Africans in West Africa. And then you're also comparing the enslavement of Africans in the New World. And so don't let that get away from you. Don't start talking about indentured servants, because those two things are two separate questions, and that will cause you to lose marks. That will cause you to lose marks. Enslavement, just focus on enslavement of Africans in West Africa and enslavement of Africans in the New World. That's the only two things that you're going to compare. And so once you would have done that, so let me finish my question and then we'll go to the next slide. So I would say both enslaved persons in West Africa and the New World were taken in raids or slave wars, right? And so how do I know? When we went through it, we saw that they were captured during wars for when they were in West Africa. And then we also saw that they were captured in raids when they were preparing to take them to the New World. And so that is something that you can compare, because you can check the facts. You can always go back and see that this is what in both instances, this is what happened. Okay, so finish that. You can finish that for your homework. Complete that. I need you to complete that. I will put my email so that you can send send it to me. Complete it, the whole paragraph, complete it, and you don't reuse what I have said. Go and look at your notes that you've been taking, or review the PowerPoint again, and you will find the PowerPoint in the resource folder for your grade level. So you can go on and you can look at it. And once you go on and you look at it, review it, you can probably even use some of your notes that you possibly may have, and you can complete it. I'll put in my email address where you can send it, and I will check it and send it back to you. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Oh, Dante asks when it's due. You could send it to me by Monday afternoon. So on Tuesday, when our next class takes place, we can go over it before we start our new lesson. So by Monday afternoon, by 3 p.m. on Monday, if you send it to me, I can go over it, critique it, and we could discuss it for a few minutes at the beginning of Tuesday's lesson, and then we'll move on to our new lesson. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is our concluding activity. Now, what you see here is what we call a concept map. And on a concept map, what we do, so in yellow box, you're going to place your topic. And we know our topic is what? Slavery in West Africa. Now, what I want you to do, so everybody knows what the topic is. So what I want you to do right now is in this box where the light is pointing, the red dot, and right here in the next dot, this is our activity to compare. So in here, we're going to compare what? Two things: slavery in West Africa to slavery in the New World. And then we're going to talk in this year, we're going to put two ways in which that took place. And I'm going to check the chat. And so you're going to give me the information and I'll fill it out for you. And you can do it as well in your notebooks to help you remember. So a concept map is just visual. It helps you to so it would be easy to remember. Okay, so what goes in here? New World. So we have West Africa, we have the New World. Right, so what else would we put in here? So we identify two ways. What would be the two ways that we can identify? What is it? There's no school next week after Easter break. Yeah, sure. Yes, that's true. I forgot. I've been so busy working, I didn't realize Easter break is upon us. And so, yes, you will send it in the following Monday. So we could have it for class on that following Tuesday, which is the 14th of April. So it'll be due on the 14th of April. Okay, so Mr. Duncombe says slavery was kidnapping. Okay, so where would that go? Where would slavery wars and kidnap go? Would it go under the New World section, or would it go in the West African section? Then Jason says, in the New World, they were enslaved until a debt is paid, I believe. No, Jason, that is incorrect. That would have taken place in West Africa. Also, you have Mr. Duncombe saying the New World, but a good try, Jason. New World. So Mr. Duncombe is saying that in the New World is where the kidnapping for enslavement for the New World is where kidnapping and the slaving wars would have take place. Very good, Mr. Duncombe. Very, very good. Excellent. So I'll put in Mr. Duncombe's response. So slaving wars. And then he said kidnapping. So I need someone else other than Mr. Duncombe. Someone other than Mr. Duncombe to fill out the side with West Africa. What about you, Jason and Deontay? What about you, Mr. McIntosh? What about Yolanda? Okay, so Jason, you had said a point earlier. Okay, Jason had said a point earlier that said to enslave for death in the New World. But what he should have said was in West Africa. So I would put that in West Africa. And I see Mr. McIntosh says punishment for crimes. Very good, Mr. McIntosh. So I'll just put crimes. And then I would put repay debt. Okay, so at the top of the page, you would have written your name, and my name is like Mrs. Lightborn, so I would have written my name, although I wouldn't have done it. The students would have done it. You guys would have done it, and then we would write in the date. And so now when you go to study, this can be a study guide for you because then you would know what to focus on, and you could even extend this further to explain repay a debt, to explain punishment for crimes, how that took place or why it took place. You could your concept maps could continue to extend greatly depending on what you want. And so you could even put explanations here. So to help you remember, so you could put more circles or bubbles so that you can put more information as well. Thank you so much for being such a great class today and for your participation. I am excited to be your teacher. Hi, a pleasant good morning to all of you out there. Thank you for joining the class today. I hope you're going to enjoy this lesson. Today's lesson promised to be one that is very fun and interactive. So I hope you enjoy it. So today our topic is why did Europeans enslave Africans? So if we're looking at that topic, what do you know about it? Now, last class, we spoke about the reasons, right? West Africa, we talked about slavery in West Africa and how it differed from slavery in the New World. So how many persons, you could put it in the chat, how many persons actually participated in that lesson? And can you give me some of your responses? What do you remember about that lesson? And so we're going to do what we call brainstorming. I will now share with you my screen, and I hope you do enjoy the lesson this morning. Okay, so our overarching theme is slavery in the Bahamas, And like I said before, why did Europeans enslave Africans? And my name is Mrs. Shakira Lightborn. I hail from the government high school. Yes, Magic City. Okay, so brainstorming. So what we have to do here is identify 2 ways Africans became slaves in Africa. So why? So let's identify 2 ways. 2 ways Africans became slaves in Africa. How did they become Africa last time? Thank you for remembering that, guys. That's really good. When we talked about that last time, what I said to you was that slavery had existed prior to the Europeans going into Africa, and more specifically West Africa, right? And so because of this, it made it kind of easier for them to make a foothold in West Africa and to be able to carry out this trade. Now, the responsibility has been placed primarily on the Europeans, but I would suggest that Africans would have played a role in this as well. Because before Europeans arrived, there were always ethnic conflicts. And because of these ethnic conflicts, I feel, and a lot of historians believe, that it would have played a role in them not being able to prevent this trade and actually participate in the trade because they were always warring with each other. Now, slavery may seem to be new, and a lot of times when we think about slavery itself, we always think about slavery in the concept of Africans, only Africans being enslaved. But can I tell you that the first slaves that we know of in recorded history has been white? And the word slaves come from the word Slav, and they were white persons. Slavery has been existing for many years. Prior, from ancient times, the Greeks and Romans enslaved persons. There was also the Nazis that started those camps with the Jews. The Egyptians also enslaved the Jews. And so slavery is not new, but our focus is slavery in West Africa and Africa itself. And so today we're going to look at the European role in enslaving West Africans and why they decided to do that. What were their justifications for that? Okay, so when we look at this, we're looking at slavery being the most immune, cruel act committed by human beings against each other. We also see that people who participated in slavery always try to justify why, whether it be based on ethnic issues, religion, as in the case of the Romans. It's always based on something, cultural differences. It's always based on something. And in some cases, some people will say the color of one's skin. So we have to figure out, so Europeans looked for ways that they felt that Africans deserved this treatment, not only that they were going to enslave them, but now they have to justify, they gave reasons why they deserve this treatment. The reasons, we are going to look at them in 4 basic categories, which includes geography, politics, economics, and also religion. Right? Religion, right? Because this is the Bahamas and we are a Christian nation, remember? Okay. Sorry. Okay, so when we look at the geography, so the geography of West Africa, this is Africa, if you can see my mouse, you can see that it's pointed at West Africa, right? And so this here is where majority of the slaves would have been taken from, right along here, right? And so because of that, we needed to find, now remember now, they didn't have ships with engines at the time. So they used mostly sail ships. And so for good sailing, you need for sail ships. Have any of you ever been to a regatta? So for good sailing, you need to be able to catch the winds. And so the good thing about shipping going into Africa is the easterlies, the trade winds that came off this coast, right? When you look at this, you would see that the winds called the easterlies would always blow to the east, right? So it's blowing to the east. And that's how they normally get their names for winds, for the direction in which they blow. And so they're blowing to the east. And so these yellow ones would be the trade winds, which will be called the northeasterlies. And then you have the southern ones, right? And so when they push, the winds push off of the coast of West Africa, you would see that they would push right into the Caribbean, right into South America, and then even into the North America, right? And so, and it also works like that for hurricanes. Many of the hurricanes that we see always come off the coast of West Africa. They're developed on that coast, and they end up in this hemisphere because of those same winds. Okay, and so because of these winds, it gave great access and easy access to the West Indies and the Americas, right? And then once they went, and when they wanted to return to Europe, they would use the westerly winds, and these westerly winds would take them directly back to Europe, and the whole thing will continue to keep moving. Okay. So, politics. Slavery existed in West Africa for centuries before Europeans arrived. Yes, we know that the Arabs were enslaving the West Africans before this took place. And so we know, and they were taking them to places, selling them even to some Europeans at that time, but mostly into North Africa and also into the Middle East and Southeast Asia, right? And so when Europeans started coming into Africa, it made it kind of difficult that the constant warfare that they were having, it made it very difficult for them to fight against persons who were coming in because they were continuously fighting against each other. And so for this, they were not able to prevent the trade from taking place because they said a house divided by itself cannot stand. And therefore they were divided, and so other people were able to come in and take over, for lack of better word. And with their participation, because you are my enemy, I allow other people who also possibly see you as an enemy, we can get together and participate in this trade together and make money, right? Because it was all about economics for the most part. It was about making money. Okay, so economics. So when we think about when we think about economics, we also think about money. So why did the trade begin? Why did the trade begin? So the trade began, right, before they started bringing Africans to the New World, across the Atlantic. They were using the Aboriginal people, right? The native people, the Amerindians, they were using them. They were enslaving them. They didn't have to bring them there because when they came, they met them there. And so because they met them there, they used them to carry out the labor that they needed. But this then became a challenge. And the reason this became a challenge was because they lacked the immunity to diseases, right? European diseases. These people were not used to those diseases, and therefore it killed many of them. And those who were not killed by the diseases such as smallpox and measles, the harsh conditions of slavery, Because remember, when Columbus came, he implemented two systems. And those systems was the repartimiento and the encomienda system. And those two systems, because of those two systems, it allowed the Spanish to enslave the Indians. And what that did, because that allowed them to enslave them, that means they were their personal workers and they could do as they pleased with them. And so because of this enslavement, the Indians did not fare well. The reason they did not fare well, they were not used to that hard work. They were mostly people, especially those, the Lucayans and those Tainos, they were mostly people who was subsistent, right? They did subsistence farming, subsistence fishing, right? And that meant that they only got what they needed. They never really stored up anything. And so they didn't work that hard. They lived off what they had. And so for them to now be enslaved, and not just enslaved, they are now forced to be Christianized, right? Because they're heathens according to the Europeans. These are heathens and pagans, and they needed to be converted to Christianity. And so they also forced that on them. And a part of that encomienda system was the fact that, okay, you will work for us and we will teach you how to be good Christians, right? And so when that happened, not only did that cause an issue, because now you're looking around, you say these people want to Christianize us and they're talking about the Bible, but look at how they're treating us. I think people were receptive, or do you believe people were receptive to this Christian teaching based on how they were being treated? Also, they were killing them for sport, right? They allowed their animals to trample their crops so they didn't have food. So many of them starved, died from exhaustion because they were overworked and there was very little food, if any food. They were being maimed. That means limbs were being cut off if they didn't produce or if they tried to run away. All sorts of things happened to these people. So they quickly died out. And because they quickly died out, the Europeans then needed to find another source. They needed more people who can work because they didn't want to do that hard labor to run their own plantations, to mine the gold that they would have found. And so they needed a new labor source. But so where did the Europeans go to get their new source of labor? They went to Europe. They went to England. They went to France. They went to their home areas to get workers. And they call these workers indentured servants or bond servants. And who were these bond or indentured servants? They were contract workers. And in the Bahamas and around the world today, we also still have contract workers, right? We have people who work on contracts. They're not permanent. They work on contracts. So when the contract ends, then their time is up and they find a new job. But I find that a lot of contract workers sometimes tend to make a lot of money because they could decide, especially depending on the area that you're in, they could decide how much money they would like to charge for a job, right? Also, so these people were white. The indentured servants, for the most part, were white, and they were poor, and they were also, most of them, in some cases, were convicts, right? Not all, but in some cases were convicts. And so for the convicts, it was a form of punishment, right? To send them to the Indies to serve basically what you would call a sentence. And these contracts could last anywhere from 5 years to upwards to 10 years, right? And then you would repay your debt, right? You would have to repay your debt and your debt for your transportation from. But the difference between these persons and actual slaves would have been, or enslaved Africans would be, that they actually were going to be free at some point in their lifetime. They were not going to die in this state. Their children were not going to die in this state. And therefore, they had that going for them. They knew that at some point it would be over. And if it wasn't over, many of them ran away. So if at one point they heavily depended on convicts, and because they heavily depended on convicts, this tended not to be so lucrative, right, or profitable. Why? You say why? Why it wasn't lucrative? Why you think it wasn't lucrative for them to depend on convicts? You can answer, why do you think it wasn't lucrative for them to depend on convicts? Not do enough work? Yes, very good, very good. In some cases, they didn't do enough work. Some of them were lazy and they preferred not to do manual labor. They preferred to be doing something else. And then they wanted to start their own plantations where they could have people working for them. But not only that, it's only so many criminals or convicts that you have. And so your pool would dry up in a short time because there's only so many people going to prison, and then everyone you're not going to send. And therefore, it became a problem. And then too, with these persons, they also had an issue with the climate that existed in the West Indies and the diseases that would have existed. They didn't have any immunities to those. So when they had outbreaks, many of them died. The climate didn't work out too well for them either. Yes, they were not skilled. Very good. Quintina said that they were not skilled. And that is true. A lot of them were not skilled in that area of agriculture. Also, they were not fit. Very good. Good job, Quintia. And Tyree said it wasn't a stable labor force. And he's correct. It wasn't stable because you can't rely on convicts. Convicts, the mere fact that they are convicts means they're not reliable, right? That you will find yourself in some problems with them, right? Especially after they get there, they could easily run away and then mixed into the other population of white persons, and you wouldn't be able to really tell the difference, right? So moving on, thank you so much, guys, for participating, doing a great job. Okay, so economic, so failure to supply adequate laborers. So you had Amerindians, that didn't work out, right? Then you had this new group, the indentured servants or the bond servants. That didn't work out. So everybody started to look. And can I suggest that it was Bartholomew de las Casas, who was one of those persons who was the defender of the Indian. He was one of those persons who suggested that the Africans should be chosen, that they were the ones who were able to do it because physically fit, right? So Europeans felt that they were better, that Africans were better suited for plantation labor. And these are some of the reasons that they decided that they were suited. Look, they were cheaper. So to purchase one African slave and to pay for an indentured servant was about the same price. But the difference was that the African was going to be a slave for life, enslaved for the rest of their lives. And you could also enslave all of their children and their children's children. So it was inherited. Their enslavement was inherited. And therefore, it was cheaper to put your money. Plus, they were skilled in agriculture. Why they were skilled? Remember when we talked about the ancient kingdoms? They produced agricultural products from then. They were producing goods. And because they were producing goods, that meant they knew how to do it. They had the skill. They knew what it was to trade these goods that they would have grown. And so why not? Let's get those skilled persons, those persons who know what they're doing. And this will make us profitable. We would make plenty money because you wouldn't have people messing up things, right? Then they talk about the climate in West Africa being similar to that of the climate in the West Indies, right? Which is true, right? If you looked at our climate and you looked at the climate in West Africa, you would find that there are some similarities in the climate. Then they talk about the immunities against tropical diseases and those found in Europe. Because Africans were coming into contact with Europeans, they had built up some immunities towards some of the diseases that they carry. They had also built up tropical immunities towards tropical diseases because they lived in tropical places, in a tropical place. And so because of that, they were able to be better suited for this, according to Europeans, right? They were physically stronger. That means that they were fit, they were built. They felt that they were fit and built to carry out this type of work, manual work, because they weren't as smart as European. And because if you're not as smart, that means you're stronger, right? I don't know, right? Because I'm smart and I'm strong, right? Okay, so, and they were enslaved for life. So their children were enslaved. So that's important because you get basically a steal of a deal if you could enslave people for generations and generations. That right there is important to remember. Okay, Quintia said Africans were skilled and they were used to the climate. Good job. You guys are so brilliant. Brilliant young people. Okay, we're going to go to the next slide. Okay, so then, of course, you wouldn't think that they would talk about religion and morality, right? But of course, every time someone has an argument, you know, they have to find one verse in the Bible, some verses in the Bible where they can actually justify the things that they do. And a lot of times what they do is misinterpret what the Bible is saying to justify what they are doing, that which is wrong, right? So Europeans use the traditional beliefs of Africans as a reason for their enslavement. Now, many Africans, remember when we talked about the West African kingdoms, we had talked about those persons having traditional beliefs, but many of them also encouraged and actually converted to Islam. But even if they didn't convert, they tolerated it, they accepted it as a part, and some of them did both. They participated in their traditional religion, and they also participated in Islam. So during this time, with the arrival of the Europeans, you would know Christianity would then now be commonplace in Africa, right? And remember, we also spoke about Ethiopia, which is not on West Africa, but Ethiopia being one of the first places in the world where Christianity was established. So when they started in on this discourse, because if you are a Christian, then you always try to justify your behavior and what you're doing based on Bible principles, right? And so they argue that in Genesis 9:25, Noah, you all know the story of Noah. Noah built the ark, and then there was a flood, right? And him and his family and 2 animals of each kind was put on the ship, right? And so with this, you find that now that the flood was over, because in 9, the flood is over, and Noah was in his tent, and he slept. He got drunk first. He got drunk, right? If you don't know the story, he got drunk, and because he was drunk, he unclothed himself. And because he unclothed himself, he was just laying out naked in the tent. And his youngest son went in and saw him naked. And he went out and he told his other brothers, "Oh, I saw our father naked. You all have to come see." The brothers didn't look, but that son, Ham or Canaan, he saw his father's nakedness. And because he saw his father's nakedness, he was cursed, right? And the curse was that he was made to be a slave, but they said a servant to his brothers, his other 2 brothers, right? And so they used that. That was the main scripture they used to justify that, okay, this. And then one of the things that we've since learned as a historian, that Ham, he was Black, a descendant of Black people, right? So you could check that, right? We've learned that. And so you have now these white Europeans saying now that Black enslaved Africans are deserving of being enslaved because it's in the Bible, right? And you could also check Leviticus 25:44 and Ephesians 6:5, right? So there are a lot of biblical principles, but I don't know if they realized that the slavery that existed was not as cruel, right? right, in Africa, the slavery, and then too, of course, they always go back that slavery was already there, and so these people were used to this, and so some of the clauses that they came, okay, so if we take them away from here, they could avoid starvation and famine, the wars and conflicts that were taking place between the ethnic groups, that was a challenge, right? And if they were to move away from this, then they could actually be better, that their lives would be better in America. This is what the Europeans had convinced themselves of. And you know why you have to convince yourself? Because if you don't convince yourself that what you're doing is wrong, it's the right thing, then you know what? You won't be able to do it. You need a conscience, a clear conscience. So when you start brutalizing these people, when you start not feeding them, when you start cutting off their limbs if they try to get away, when you start throwing them off ships because they get sick, right? You realize, I need to be able to justify this. I need to be able to have a reason why I can do this. Because I'm taking them to the Americas, they will have such a better life. And for that mere fact that they will have a better life, oh, I should go and get more of them and take them, right? And then they looked at their religious practices. And one of those things, and it was same as the Amerindians, what they did. With the Caribs, when they couldn't Caribs in the Caribbean, the Spaniards, what did they say? What did they say about the Caribs when they couldn't defeat the Caribs? What did they say? What did they say, young people, when they couldn't defeat the Caribs in the Caribbean? Anybody? Somebody, anybody? Tyrese, Quintia, Chanel, David. What did they say about these people, say about the Caribs when they could not defeat them? Could put it in the chat, don't be scared. Make an educated guess. Yes, Tyree said they said that they were cannibals. Very good, right? They said that they were cannibals. And it was the same thing with the Africans. They said that they practiced human sacrifice, right? Now, my thing is, yes, I'm not saying that it may not have been true, but history has proven I've never seen it written whether they actually did eat people, the Caribs. That is something that has been only the Spanish have been able to justify in some of their books, but I am not aware of anybody else who had noted that about the Caribs, right? And so therefore, it was something that they said to justify why these people needed to be enslaved and Christianized. And in the same case, they did it to the African. They said, okay, these people believe in this pagan worship, and they doing this, and they doing the human sacrifices and possibly cannibalism. And so therefore, these people, we really need to take them and teach them the Christian way, right? So we find that they're always, in every situation, people find justification as to why they did or they do what they do, why they did what they did or why they do what they do. And that doesn't necessarily make it right, right? So anybody, can someone tell me the two groups, identify the two groups that were enslaved before the Europeans? I'm sorry, that were enslaved before the Africans, sorry. Can someone, two groups that were enslaved before the Africans, that Europeans used as enslaved labor before the Africans? What was the name of the other group? So we had the indentured servants, and then we had the Amerindians. Very good, Tyrese. Good job. You guys are doing very well. Yeah, so the two groups, the Amerindians was first, right? And they met them in the New World. And then what else? And then we have the indentured servants who they brought over as contracted workers, right? Okay, so whilst we're waiting, we'll go through our exit slips. Now I noticed last you had an assignment and you guys were supposed to send them to me. Nobody sent me. Okay, so what I need now for you guys to do before we do our exit slips, right? This is our concluding activity, so we're not doing this as yet, right? But what I need you guys to do is what I call an activity, and I will go through it. So I'll share with you another screen, which will be a whiteboard, right? And on the whiteboard, we're going to look at why, right? Why Africans were chosen, right? So you're going to explain to me why they chose Africans, right? You're going to assess why. What happened to cause them to go to Africa? They weren't thinking about going to Africa, but what happened, right? So we're going to assess that. They weren't in Africa, they were in Africa, but they weren't considering bringing Africans to the New World. So what caused this? And so we have to look at that, right? So I'll share with you my whiteboard. Okay, so we asked the question, why did Europeans decided or chose to enslave Africans? Because we already said that they had two groups before. So what happened? Why all of a sudden they wanted to use Africans? What happened? What caused that their mindset to change, right? So they chose Africans. So Quintia says they chose Africans because they were skilled, right? So very good. They were used to the climate, that they were physically fit, and they were more cheaper. Good job. Very good job. Now, what you can do there is actually now explain those points. You said they were skilled. Skilled in doing what? Right? So you did a good job in pulling out the point. But then now, in order to say why, you really have to now go in and explain those points that you gave. So because they were skilled. Skilled at what? Right? So they could be skilled. Very good. So Daniel say they were skilled farmers. Very good. Right? And so if you look at the climate, how were they skilled? Right? So you would need to look and see why was the climate significant, right? For the type of work that they were going to do, right? They were physically fit and they were cheaper. How were they cheaper? Right? So the temperature, so Quintia said they were used to the temperature. So the high temperatures, okay, very good. What else? But you remember now, when we talk about climate and we talk about weather, climate and weather is different. And when we talk about weather is where we deal with temperature, right? But when we talk about climate, we talk more about an average, right? An average of in a particular area over a period of time. So average rainfall, average temperature, all of that would be encompassed. Weather would be more of a day-to-day, right? Okay, so cheaper. So how do we know that they were more cheaper? Now, I know there are some books that suggested that one African were worth 3 Amerindians. So the work that one African could do, 3, they would have needed 3 Amerindians to do that same amount of work, right? And so that's interesting, right? Okay, anybody else have any more ideas as to why? So we looked at skills, we looked at climate, physically fit, cheaper. But remember that point I told you to always remember. And you could even say that they were already used to being enslaved, right? So that's why they were already used to it. When Europeans started going into West Africa, they saw that slavery was existing. People were living in that. But what they did not see and did not recognize was that the slavery was different, because those persons were allowed other opportunities to then move away from that, right? So Jordanelle said that they were immune to some diseases. Very good. So let me type in some of your responses, and then we'll go back to finish our exit slips. So some of you who remember the questions, you could start working on your exit slips. The questions were: who were chosen by Europeans first, right? The two groups. So we need to identify the two groups who were chosen by Europeans before they used Africans. And then we need to explain why Europeans used Africans. And we practically did that here, right? So you just now, everyone in the group is going to now place their work in the group for their final, what we call the exit slips, right? So in order to leave class, you put in your exit slip, you answer the two questions. Okay, so Mr. Duncombe says that the two groups were the Amerindians and indentured servants. Very good, Mr. Duncombe. Excellent. So I see some of you are saying you want to be able to see the questions. So I will stop the share on this and I'll show you the questions. Okay, so the question, so someone answered that first. So all of you need to answer those questions. Now you're going to explain 3 reasons why Africans were enslaved by Europeans. Make sure to write it in a proper paragraph with proper punctuations, right? It's important that we do that. Why? It's because it helps us to stay abreast of our writing, also for language arts, but it also crosses over. So not only in language are we to write proper, in all of our subjects, and this helps with that. So you put in your proper punctuations, okay? That's important. Okay, Janelle also said indentured servants, right? So Janelle, the other group. Anybody attempting the next question? So we're explaining. Let's explain. Explaining is important, and not just points, but we have to explain our points. Okay, so Daniel says that the two groups that they use were the Amerindians and the, okay, I understand what you're trying to say, but it should be indentured servants and not endangered. So make sure to look out for stuff like that as well. Try as best as possible. We don't mark for spelling, but try as best as possible to come as close as possible to the spelling, and if possible, spell it correctly, okay? Thank you, Danielle. Anybody else? Let's attempt the last question. The last question, explaining the reasons why. Let's attempt those questions, please. Danielle, Quintia, Mr. Duncombe, Janelle, Tyrese. Where did Tyrese go? Leonardo, David. Where did you guys go? Okay, so Tyrese said Europeans used Amerindians and indentured servants from Europe on contract before using Africans as slaves. The reasons why Africans were enslaved by Europeans by Europeans were that they were physically fit, they were skilled at agriculture, and they were used to the tropical climate. Okay. So that's a good response. That a question like that would normally be worth like 5 marks. Yes. Now, I see you said that they were used to being enslaved, but now you have to remember this enslavement didn't last. That the enslavement that they received in Africa was temporary. It was not something that was for life, right? So they used it to repay a debt if they became a prisoner of war, but they also had opportunities for upward mobility. So you could be a slave now, but see me in 2 years or next year. I could probably be one of the generals in the army. I could probably even rise to a position of being a king inside that village. So that was temporary. The enslavement in West Africa was temporary, right? It was only when they were moved out of that area that enslavement could possibly not be temporary, right? Okay. So thank you, guys.
Welcome, awesome sixth graders, to another social studies drill time. Today, we will review titles given to members of our system of government. Let's read the titles together. Beginning with Governor General, Prime Minister, the Speaker, Member of Parliament, and finally, Deputy Speaker. All right, students, put on those thinking caps and let's get started. Which of the following titles below presides over the House of Assembly in the Speaker's absence? Excellent! We're off to a great start. The Deputy Speaker presides over the House in the Speaker's absence. Which of the following titles is given to the person who is elected by voters to represent a constituency in Parliament? You're awesome! Member of Parliament is the answer. Students, which title is given to the leader of the government in Parliament? Great job! The Prime Minister. Okay, students, what about this one? What title is given to the person that signs a bill to make it formally law? Yes, the Governor General signs all bills to make them formally law. Finally, students, which of the following titles is given to the person who is elected by the members of Parliament? Did you say the Speaker? Yes, that is correct. Well done, students.
Okay, let's begin. Good morning, everyone. It is always a great day to learn geography. Welcome to grade 12 geography on the topic of sediments, part 2. Please feel free to use our question and answer tab or our chat tab today to ask any questions and also to respond to questions that will be given throughout this PowerPoint presentation. Today, our subtopic will be sediment functions and sediment shapes. The objective for our lesson today include, firstly, we wish for you to be able to identify and describe sediment shapes. Next, you should be able to give examples of sediment functions. And lastly, you will also be able to categorize sediments based on their various functions. So for all of you who were part of the lesson yesterday, let's do a quick review. You can share all of your answers in our chat. We're going to go through each one, question by question. First question. What is a settlement? Yesterday in part 1, we discussed what a settlement was. We were also able to watch a few videos that also aid us in this definition. Can you please share for me in the chat, what is a settlement? Okay, let's continue. So a settlement is simply a place where people live. Question number 2. I want you to identify the 2 types of settlement that we looked at yesterday. The 2 types of settlement. This is the broad umbrella on which other settlements actually fall under. If you know the answer, please feel free to share. What are the 2 types of settlement? Okay, Anthony, excellent. Anthony said rural and urban settlements. Excellent, good job, Anthony. Question 3. There were about 4 criteria that was mentioned yesterday in our previous lesson. These criteria are used to group settlements. Do you know what they are? Please feel free to share. What are the 4 criteria that we group settlements by? If you know one, you can share one as well. Does anyone remember? How are settlements grouped? Okay, I'm getting some answers in the chat. Someone said city. No, Indira, city wasn't one of them. Someone said countryside. Someone said by size. Franklin said by size. Okay. By shape. Okay, good job, Indira. Shape is definitely one of them. Size is also one. Size will come under our rank. So thank you, Franklin. Oh, yes, Marshall. Function. Yes, function is one of them. Okay. There's, yes, Anthony, and you scored the last one that I was waiting for. Location is the last one. So let's quickly go over those ways in which we can group a settlement. So the 4 ways in which settlements can be grouped. 1 is by the location. Remember, we looked at location yesterday, and location focus on our site and our situation. Okay, site being where settlement is located, and your situation is where settlement is located based on its surrounding features. Okay, the second one was definitely rank. Rank was another one we looked at yesterday. Okay, and there are 2 ways in which we are able to rank a settlement, either by size or either by their services. The other one was function. Function. So one way was location. The second one was rank. The third was function. And the last was shape. Good job for those of you who got it right. Pat yourself on the back. So question number 4. What is the name that describes the point at which a settlement is located? What describes where a settlement is located? Excellent, Anthony. Anthony, you're on a roll today. Good job. Yes. So where a settlement is located, that is what we call our site. Okay, good job. So let's continue with our last question. Using the 2 photos below, I want you to be able to tell me which category would each photo fall under. Which category of settlement will each photo fall under? Photo 1 and photo 2. Please provide your answers. Yes, Franklin. Good job. Franklin was the first one to got the answer. Photo 1 is urban and photo 2 is our rural settlements. Remember yesterday we spoke about our rural and urban settlements. And one thing we said about our rural and urban settlements, firstly, is that our urban settlement is our towns and our cities. So these will be our much larger settlement areas. Our rural settlement will be those of the countryside. So if you weren't here with us yesterday, the two different types of settlement is rural and urban. One being countryside, which is photo number 2, and photo number 1 is definitely showing our urban areas. Good job, guys. Let's continue. So I'm going to give you some small clues. This is something else that we looked at yesterday as well. And we're going to be able to label the settlement hierarchy according to size. Remember what we discussed yesterday? We talked about how the settlement hierarchy at the base, which is at the bottom, starts from our smallest settlement going up to our largest settlement. So as I give you a clue, I want you to tell me what settlement that we are describing. So this settlement is found at the base of our settlement hierarchy. This settlement is so small that possibly there won't be any services provided. Which settlement is found at the base of this structure? Franklin says the village. No, Franklin, not at our base. Marsha says the hamlet. Good job, Marsha. It is the hamlet. Yes, Franklin, it is the hamlet. Good job. Indira also says hamlet. Yes. So the hamlet is our settlement that is found to the bottom of our structure. So let's continue. So above the hamlet, I think we had a little error there just now. That answer was not hamlet. Let's try the question one more time. The answer wasn't hamlet, but I put hamlet in its place. Using the other settlements that are there. Okay, let's look at the settlements that we have there. Which one would be at our base? No, it's not the village. No, Indira, it's not the village. No, Franklin, it's not the village. No, it's not the city. Okay, this is a very small settlement. Yes, Anthony, good job. That is what I was looking for. Isolated buildings. Isolated buildings. Okay, let's move on above our hamlet. So this settlement is a little bit bigger than our hamlet. It provides a few more services than our hamlet is actually able to give us. Okay, we'll find things such as maybe a small gas station, maybe a village shop. So which settlement do you think? Yes, Franklin. Yes, Anthony. The answer is village. So as we continue to build up our settlement hierarchical structure, I'm going to give you another clue. Okay, so number 4. So there are 2 of these. Okay, one can be found in your urban area. One can be found in your rural area. This one is responsible for market towns. Which settlement type are we referring to? Yes, Indira, small town. Yes, Anthony, small town. It is. And of course, if we know we have small town there, what will follow? Definitely our larger town. And remember the difference between your small town and your larger town. Your small town focuses more on your primary industries, your farming, your fishing, your mining, okay? Whereas your large town focuses more on the manufacturing of those primary industries, okay? The industrialization, okay? So following your large town, this area is where you can find, this area is what we will consider the area of Nassau or the area of Freeport. What will we call the area of Nassau? What type of settlement would the area of Nassau be or the area of Freeport be? What type of settlement will they be considered? Okay, Franklin says city. Someone is an anonymous, says capital. Let's see what the chat says. Brittany says city. Yes, so Brittany and Franklin, you are correct. The answer is city. Okay, so we have two types of settlement remaining. Which one will be the one that is going to sit at the peak because it's going to be considered the largest of the two? Which one would sit at the actual peak? Okay, and Dira says the capital. My anonymous attendee says the capital. Okay, Will, I see you. You also says the capital. Marsha says conurbation. Okay, so for all of you who said the capital city, you are correct. Okay, and of course, last but not least, our conurbation city will sit at the second going down. So one last question before we leave. Settlements such as numerous isolated buildings, hamlets, village, small town. What are those four settlement types? Which umbrella will they fall under? Your numerous isolated buildings, your hamlet, your village, and your small town. Which category of settlement will they fall under? Yes, Marsha, good job. Rural settlements. Okay, so our settlement hierarchy structure according to size starts from your smallest settlement, meaning that the population of that settlement is very small, and it goes, as it goes up to the top, your settlement size or your settlement population is actually going to increase. This settlement hierarchy structure is separated into your rural settlements at the base. So the first four settlements would be considered your rural settlement. And starting from your large town, your city, your conurbation, and your primate city, those would be considered your urban areas. So one thing I want you to remember is each one of these settlements going up is bigger than the other. You can also refer to our PowerPoint presentation on yesterday's lesson. Now let's continue. Good job, everyone. Excellent participation. So yesterday, this is one of our first questions that we looked at. Yesterday, we spoke about our settlement criteria. And what actually is a settlement criteria? These are the four different ways in which settlements are actually grouped. Okay? So yesterday, we looked at two of these. Yesterday, we were able to look at location and we were able to look at rank. Today in our lesson, we're going to focus on the remaining two, your settlement shapes and your function or the major use of a settlement. Let's continue. Okay, so some key things are important when we are discussing the settlement patterns. These are some of the things that geographers actually pay attention to. Okay, so some things that geographers want to actually acknowledge when it comes to settlement patterns. They want to be able to identify the different shape in which a settlement actually have. Okay, another thing they want to be able to identify is what purpose does that settlement actually serve. So that would be considered your main function. So these two different criteria we're going to look at today, your main function of your settlement and the shape of that settlement as well. Okay, so we looked at what is a site, what is a situation. These two, as it reflects on your location, is very important when we are looking at your settlement patterns. How big is your settlement? How small is your settlement? When we look at situation, do we have a mountain blocking the settlement from actually expanding? Is there a river that's running through the settlement that's going to block expansion of that settlement as well? How is this going to, some things I want you to think about is how are the different situations going to affect a settlement size and a settlement shape? Okay, so let's continue. So when you think about your settlement patterns, this is referring to the way in which the buildings of that settlement is actually arranged, okay? And we're going to see some of those as we move forward. So let me just reiterate that. So when you're thinking about your settlement patterns, you're thinking about the actual shape of the settlement. And what gives the settlement its shape? The buildings. Okay, the buildings gave the settlement a shape based on how those buildings are actually arranged. What buildings are we talking about? We're talking about houses. We're talking about shops. We're talking about any building that is actually, any structure that is actually built in that given settlement. Okay, so we have three main types of settlement patterns. Three main types of settlement patterns. One, we have our dispersed settlement patterns. Please pay attention to the little structures that you also see next to each one of these settlement patterns. Two, we have our nucleated settlement. Okay. Three, we have our linear settlement. Question. Using the photo, which type of settlement do you think this is? Which type of settlement do you think this is? Please share your answers. Remember, we discussed some of the different types of settlement prior. I don't want the settlement pattern. I want the type of settlement that you think it is, the actual settlement type. What do you think it is? Do you think it's a rural settlement? Do you think it's an urban settlement? Someone said urban. No, Will, it's not an urban. Yes, definitely a rural settlement. Okay, this is definitely a rural settlement. How can we tell? Remember what we said about rural settlements. Okay, rural settlements are those settlements that refer to those that look like a countryside settlement. If you've never seen a countryside settlement, maybe you want to reflect on our family islands. Okay, those are actually rural settlements. Okay, you also have different settlements on the island of New Providence, on the island of Grand Bahama, that are also considered to be rural settlements as well. Okay, good job, guys. Great participation. So let's continue looking at the different sediment patterns. So our first sediment pattern, this one is called your isolated or your dispersed. It's also called a scattered sediment pattern. And we can almost decipher why this is called that. When you look at the way the buildings are structured, they're not closely together. They're very separated over a farmland area. So this type of sediment pattern is actually found around farm areas. So one of the main services of this type of sediment pattern would definitely be farming. Okay, such sediments are located in isolated areas, possibly around hillsides or agricultural environments. Okay, secondly, nucleated or clustered sediment patterns. So this is the second sediment pattern. So let's analyze the shape of this sediment pattern before we move on. Okay, so it's a little bit different, definitely, from our previous slide. Whereas in your previous slide, you were able to see how many buildings? We had about 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 buildings that are separated all over that farmland area. Here, you are able to see numerous amounts of buildings, okay? And these buildings are actually more closely knitted, or as it is stated in our title, more clustered. So these ones are more clustered together compared to our previous sediment pattern. And in this cluster, you are actually able to see the way the different road patterns actually move throughout this sediment pattern. Okay, so this sediment type, this sediment pattern, pardon me, this is also a rural sediment, and in previous years, they actually would cluster sediments together for protection purposes as a defense mechanism, okay? They kept everyone closely together, so in case of attacks, persons wouldn't have to come from too far to actually assist in the defense. Okay, another purpose for these type of sediments would definitely social and economic. In these type of sediment patterns, if you remember what we discussed yesterday, as it relates to your sphere of influence, you won't have to travel a long distance to get services that are necessary for your survival. So right there in that sediment, you will have everything that inhabitants actually need to survive, okay? So when you think about your nucleated sediments, these ones are definitely more in a cluster. Your linear or elongated sediment pattern. Anyone ever been to the Family Islands? Is anyone in here from a Family Island? If you're from a Family Island, please share with us which Family Island you're from. Okay, a lot of our Family Islands are shaped or have this elongated sediment pattern shape. Okay, this type of sediment pattern flows along a roadway or a river, or as it relates to the Bahamas, it will flow along the ocean. Okay, so we can actually see why it's called elongated or linear. Look at how the buildings on this sediment pattern are actually structured along this roadway. Much different from our prior sediment pattern, which are more in the clusters. You see how the houses and the buildings are in the clusters. So the difference is this sediment pattern moves along a line, okay? Usually along a road, a river, or even the ocean itself, some coastal area. Okay, so the first 3 sediment patterns that we looked at, our linear, our nucleated, and our isolated. These 3 are predominantly found in our rural sediments. Okay, they are predominantly found in our rural sediments. We also have different types of sediment patterns as well. which are typically found in our urban areas as well. Okay? Some of them include your cross-shaped patterns. You could almost imagine what a cross-shaped pattern would look like. Okay, when you think about a cross, okay, your T-shape sediment pattern, you have them that look like Y-shape. Okay, you have ones that look like star-shape, and you also have those shaped as a rectangular. Okay, remember when we talked about sediment patterns, we're talking about how the sediment is actually laid out, how the buildings are actually arranged along the roadways. So these are some different types of sediment patterns as well that you will typically see in an urban area. Now, don't get me wrong, the previous three are also found in urban areas as well. But as sediments actually develop in size, their sediment patterns are possibly able to change. Okay, so our three main types of sediment patterns, as discussed, is our nucleated sediments, where you have your buildings are more clustered together. You have your linear sediments that follow some roadway, a river, or even a coastal environment. And also your dispersed sediments, which are those buildings that are scattered over a farmland area. Okay, so now let's identify these sediment patterns based on the three main sediment patterns that we discussed. Let's identify these three sediment patterns. So in the chat, I want you to tell me which sediment pattern would this photo be? Okay, I see someone in the chat. Someone says nucleated. Brittany says nucleated. Marsha says nucleated. Will says nucleated. Anyone else would like to guess? Okay, Nathan says clustered. Franklin says nucleated. Okay, so yes, I see some people asking some other questions. Nathan and Indira, I will get right back to you. Okay, so yeah, so everyone that says nucleated or clustered, please give yourself a tap on the back. That is definitely a nucleated sediment pattern. Okay, our second photo. This type of sediment pattern can be found along a roadway, maybe a river, or even a coastal environment. Which sediment pattern is this? Okay, Marsha says linear, Anthony says linear, Raven says linear, Brittany says linear, Will says linear, Bernardo says linear, Franklin says linear, Nathan says linear. Excellent, guys. That is definitely a linear sediment pattern. Okay, last but not least, despite small in size, we have not forgotten it. So this type of sediment pattern is found in farmland areas. Marsha says isolated, Raven says dispersed, Anthony says dispersed, Will says isolated, Brittany says isolated. Franklin says isolated, Bernardo says isolated. Someone says that's a scary pattern. I think he means scattered. Again, dear, I see your answer as well. So yes, good job, guys. This is definitely your scattered or your dispersed sediment pattern. Remember, it's a large farmland area with possibly very few buildings, okay? Okay, so Indira asks, why are they shaped like that and how can we tell? So you can typically tell based on the way in which the buildings are actually arranged on the in the different settlements. Okay, you can also tell by the road pattern. So like you saw with the linear, you saw how those buildings were actually along the roadway. They weren't in the back. They all just followed the roadway. And like I said, some of these examples can be found on our family islands. Okay, so the way in which the buildings are actually arranged will be able to assist you, and the roadway itself can also assist you. Okay, Nathan asks, is that really the reason they're close together? Based on what our studies have suggested, Nathan, yes, they stayed close together for defense purposes. They also stayed close together for economic and social reasons as well. I don't know if you were in the lesson yesterday when we looked at the different services that a settlement actually provides and the reasons persons would prefer to have settlements close to them in a particular settlement versus to the distance in which they are actually willing to drive, which is your range, the distance they are willing to drive to actually get a particular service. So having them close together actually allows for you to be able to supply your population with services that they actually need. So defense would have been one. We're talking about the nucleated settlement, guys, for those of you who are not sure what when we're referring to. So dispersed, so the nucleated settlement, they were close together because of defense, social, and economic reasons. Okay? So basically they're lazy. Not lazy, Nathan. They like convenience, don't you? We all like convenience. We try to avoid having to travel a longer distance if not necessary. So let's continue, guys. So just now we looked at our settlement shapes. Okay, settlement shape refers to the pattern of the settlement, how they're actually formed along their building arrangement or roadways. So now we're going to look at our last criteria, which also helps to group settlements, and that is the function of a settlement. So we see these two words keep coming back to us as we continue to discuss the different settlements, and those are rural and urban. So remember, rural, countryside, urban are your cities and your towns. These ones are more advanced, okay? So because rural areas, they are not as advanced or not advanced at all in some cases as our urban areas, these ones are going to have single functions, okay? Single function. These functions are typically those of your primary areas. Remember, in a lot of those rural areas that we looked at, those are, you see a lot of farmland, okay? So some of those primary activities that you're going to see happening in your rural areas are, have anyone ever done industries before? So we can look at some of the different industries that you can find in your rural areas. You can find farming, you can find fishing, you can find mining, okay? So those are some of the different primary activities that you will actually find happening in your rural areas. Remember, in your rural areas, these are your areas that deal with raw materials, okay? They don't have the advancement to manufacture or process these raw materials, okay? But then when you look at your urban areas, these areas are more advanced. So these areas were where you see a lot of your manufacturing and processing and your industrialization actually happening. Therefore, these areas will serve they'll be served multi-purposes. Okay, so therefore they'll be considered your multifunctional settlement areas. Now, some of the different types of industries that you're going to find in these urban areas are that of your secondary and that of your tertiary, okay? So when you think of the tertiary industry, guys, I want you to think about the Bahamas. What's our main industry that we rely so heavily on here in the Bahamas? It is also considered a tertiary industry, Could anyone assist me with that? What is our #1 industry in the Bahamas? Can I see some answers coming into the chat? Yes, tourism. Tourism. Farming is actually not a tertiary industry. Farming will be considered a primary industry, which will come under your rural areas. Okay, so our gross domestic product in the Bahamas definitely comes from tourism. So let's look at some of our settlement functions. Let's look at some of our settlement functions. So a function is the actual purpose in which a settlement actually serves. Okay, some of the services that a settlement can actually provide is what we will call the function of that settlement. And when you look at the function of the settlement, you want to keep some things in mind, because the function of the settlement looks at your economic activity, how you get your money, okay, how money is made, and you also want to look at your social development. When you think about the social development of a country, you want to look at education, you want to look at healthcare, you want to look at advancement of your protection, whereas your defense force and your police force, okay? So those are some of the things you want to look at when you're talking about social development in a country. So let's just quickly look at the slide that we have up. These are the different functions that a settlement actually provides, okay? We have tourist resort, also can be called tourism. Your settlement can also serve as a residential, can provide a residential service, okay? You also have administration. You also have commercial. You also have route centers. Your settlement can also provide the function of being a manufacturing area, okay? You can also provide ports. Can also serve as a cultural or religious area. Did I say mining town? Mining town can also be one, and definitely market town, okay? So just keep in mind some of these different functions that a settlement can actually provide. So we're gonna do a little activity. We're gonna go through them one by one, okay? So using the previous slide, you are going to tell me which settlement function you think the characteristic is actually describing. Okay, so we're gonna do them one at a time. So #1, located on coasts, river, and lakes for the movement of goods and people from land to sea. Located on coasts, river, and lakes for the movement of goods and people from land to sea. Which one of our function do you think that will fall under? Marsha says ports. Anyone else? Anthony says ports. Raven says ports. Bernardo says ports. Nathan says market. Franklin says port. Indira says port. Okay, good job, guys. All of you said port. Please give yourself a tap on the shoulder. Good job. Port is definitely the one in which we're referring to. Okay, let's do another one. Where minerals and fuels may be extracted. Where minerals and fuels may be extracted. Which function do we think that is referring to? Where minerals and fuel may be extracted. When you Marsha says mining. Marsha, you're on the roll. Excellent job. Yes, mining town. Okay. Renato, Indira, and Nathan, also Franklin, also says mining town as well. Good job, guys. #3, originally used as a collecting and distribution center for surrounding farming area consisting of agricultural crops and primary resources. So the clue is the collecting and distribution of farming goods or primary material. Okay, Marsha, you on the roll. Marsha says market town. Anyone else? Nathan, do you have a problem with the screen? Are you able to see the screen, Nathan? If you can, please type and let me know. Okay. Bernardo says market town. Franklin says market town. Yes, everyone, you are correct. The answer is market town. Let's do another one. Number 4, where the majority of residents live but do not work. Where the majority of residents live but do not work. Okay? Yes, guys, good job. Residential it is. So in residential communities, a lot of persons travel for work. Okay, so those residential communities, these would actually be areas where persons just simply live. Okay? So number 5, attracting people for educational and religious purposes. Attracting people for educational and religious purposes. Which one do we think it is? Okay, cultural, okay. Will I see you say cultural? Religious, cultural. Okay, Franklin, excellent guys. So Franklin and Marsha and Will, cultural and religion it is. So you actually have people who travel for religious purposes. Anyone here ever heard the Vatican City in Italy? Okay, persons actually go there to actually visit the religion areas. Okay, and there are actually a few more places that are actually out there. You can also research them, look them up, where persons actually go just to serve a religious function, or which provide a religious function for them. Let's do one more before we wrap up. So include spa, towns, coastal, and mountain resorts. So sorry guys, we're out of time. So remember today we looked at 2 remaining criteria of a settlement. And the 2 criteria today that we looked at was our function and our shape. Our function and our shape. Remember, the shape of our settlement refers to the way in which our buildings are actually arranged or laid out along a roadway. And our function of our settlement is the actual service in which that settlement actually provides. It was such a pleasure being here with you today. I enjoyed our interaction. Thank you so much for being cooperative. I look forward to seeing you again on this coming Friday. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to lesson 3 of our topic of settlements. This is grade 12 geography, and I am your facilitator for this lesson, Miss Wilma Daines. There's just a few housekeeping that we would like to go over before this lesson begins. Firstly, I want to remind all of you, being 12th grade students, it is your duty to ensure that your courseworks are completed at this time. You are to ensure that over the Easter break that you do all final touches for your coursework for the national exam. We also need to be mindful that this video session is being recorded, both video and chat, and both videos from the prior lesson can be found on the website that you use to access this session. So if there's anyone that missed the previous sessions, please feel free to go back to our lesson 1 and lesson 2 of settlements. These PowerPoint sessions can be used as extra content and or as a review lesson for your BGCSE. Now let's begin. So for this lesson today, we're going to look at 3 objectives. We are going to be able to identify and state the criteria necessary for settlement grouping. Secondly, we're going to examine the relationship between population size and settlement development. And lastly, but not least, we're going to be able to analyze the importance of settlement functions. Okay, so just to recap from lesson 1 and lesson 2, let's quickly go over these 6 terms. For those of you who are new to this lesson, we can use our question and answer tab to ask any questions. Okay, please feel free. No worries, just myself and the panelists will be able to see the questions that you ask. You can also feel free to answer my questions as well using the chat tab. So let's begin. So this week we've been looking at settlements. So using the term in column B, we are going to match them with the terms in column A. So we're going to go through them one by one, and you're going to give me the letter that suit the term in column A. So let's begin. Please feel free to send your answers to the chat. So column A, the first one is settlement. Which response in column B do we think match the word settlement? Does anybody know? What would be the definition for settlement? You can use your chat. Okay, I see someone in the question and answer. Liz says B. Anyone else? Okay, Liz, you're my first respondent. Okay, Marsha responded as well. Okay, so yeah, so B is correct. Liz, Chardonnay, and Marsha. Good job. Okay, so what is a settlement? A settlement is definitely a place where people live, as we have established throughout our first lesson on this topic. Let's go to number 2. The word is function. Which definition in column B would be the correct answer for number 2? Okay, Liz, I see you. Anyone else? Which answer would be correct for function? Okay, Marsha, I see you as well. Okay, Alex, I see you. Okay, yes, you are all correct. The answer is C. So a function is the reason for a settlement's existence. Okay, some examples would be market towns, ports, whether it is a tourism center. Okay, so yes, C is your answer. So number 3 is settlement site. Which meaning in column B would suit settlement site? Okay, Chardonnay, I see you. Okay, Marsha, I see you. Okay, so yes, both Marsha, Chardonnay, and Liz, you are correct. So a settlement site is a piece of land people choose to build their settlement on. A piece of land people choose to build their settlement on. Let's go to number 4. A settlement hierarchy. Which response in column B would be the correct answer for a settlement hierarchy? Liz? Liz is on the roll. Okay, Liz, I see you. Chardonnay, I see you. Marsha, I see you. Marsha, Chardonnay, and Liz, you are all correct. A settlement hierarchy, the answer is D. The order of settlements from high to low, population and services. Good job, everyone. Let's continue. Number 5, service. Which response in column B would be the correct answer for number 5? Some persons have some quick fingers. Alex says F. Okay. Marsha, I see you. Okay, Liz and Chardonnay, I see you guys as well. Yes, the answer is F. Okay, last but not least, number 6, population. There's just one more answer left. So, of course, population would definitely be, okay, Alex, good job. Kosia, I see you. Okay, Marsha, I see you. Liz, Chardonnay. Okay, good job, guys. Yeah, so the answer for population is definitely the number of people living in a settlement. Good job, everyone. So this slide here is just to give you an idea as to some of the terms that we have discussed over our previous lesson, lesson 1 and lesson 2. So the role of this lesson today is going to be to recap or review what we have previously discussed in part 1 and part 2 of this series. So we have discussed many different terms. There's a whole lot of information that was shared over the last 2 days. So even if you have missed the previous lesson, tune in today and we will continue to review what was taught on the previous days. Okay. So we already established what a settlement is, and a settlement is a place where people live. Settlements can either be very small, meaning that it can be one building, one structure located in an area. Settlements can even be very large, okay? Whether it is a conurbation, whether it is a city, whether it is a capital city, settlement sizes will vary. Another key thing we need to remember as it relates to settlement is that settlement can be both temporary and settlements can also be permanent. We all know what temporary means, meaning that these structures are not going to be there forever. These persons are possibly moving. Okay, anyone familiar with the word nomads? Okay, nomads were a group of persons who actually moved. Okay, they didn't stay anywhere too long. They hunted the animals that they followed. So we have our temporary settlements. And when you think about temporary settlements, I also want you to think about refugees, okay? Persons who may be escaping their country. And you're going to see that term when we continue on in a topic such as migration. Refugees is one of those terms that you will come across. So just take a brief minute. You can quickly scan to see what a temporary settlement actually look like. Then, of course, we have our permanent settlements. Okay, these are settlement areas where you build your homes. Okay, with the plan to actually be there for a long period of time. So remember what I said, settlements can be very small. They can also be very large. They are also temporary, and they can be permanent as well. Okay, so for those of you who missed the previous 2 lessons, let's just recap on what are the ways in which we group these settlements. And these are called our settlement criteria. Okay, so 4 ways in which we group our settlements. Firstly, we can group our settlements based on their location. And when we refer to location, we are going to refer to site and situation. You may ask, what is the site? Okay, site was actually one of those terms that we looked at on the little matching that we did a few minutes ago. So the site is where a place is actually located. That's what is referred to as the site. But when you want to think of your situation is going to describe where that place is located based on its surrounding features. And when you want to think of some surrounding features that can be in the vicinity of a settlement, you want to think about things such as mountains. You want to think about things such as rivers. Okay? Any feature, you want to think about things, maybe even another settlement. Okay? So when you think about the situation of an area, you also want to consider how these situations can actually affect that sediment, because you also have situations that can limit the growth of a sediment. For example, if you have a mountain, okay, that mountain have the possibility of actually blocking that sediment from becoming any bigger. Okay, so that's when we refer to situation, we want to think about things in the area, whether you have stores in the area. Okay, so now let's move on. So location was the first one. Another one was the rank of a sediment. So when you think about the rank of a sediment, when you have to rank something, whether maybe you're ranking your school environment, your school system, you want to rank it as it relates to students being at the base, okay? From students, you're going to look at your teachers, and then you're going to look at the administrators, and then you want to look at the principal at the very top, okay? So when you're ranking things, you put them in order. And when we look at sediments, we want to think about rank as our service center. When you think about service center, what do you think about? Okay? If someone is providing a service to you, that's what I want you to start thinking about, some of the services that are provided to you, whether the service may be education, whether the service may be healthcare, whether the service may be a convenience store. What are some of the services that are provided to you as a inhabitant of a particular settlement? Okay, another criteria that we can group settlements by is the major use. Okay, what purpose does that settlement serve? That's what you want to be able to think about. What are some of the functions that that settlement actually serve to the citizens of that area, to the population? Okay, and last but not least, we also looked at the shape. How is the settlement shaped? How is the buildings of that settlement actually laid out? What does the roadways look like? Okay, so those are some of the things that we discussed in our previous lesson. So let's continue on with our review. What does the word self-sufficient mean? I'm going to throw this one out there to you in the chat. Let me see what you think the word self-sufficient means. Okay, what do you think the word self-sufficient mean? Okay, Kosia, I see you. Okay, good job. Okay, I'm going to see if anybody else answers. Okay, Pika, I see you. David, Alex, I see you. Okay. Okay, excellent. All of you guys are actually correct. I'm going to share some of the answers with you from my chat. So Kosia says independence. When you think about the word self-sufficient, you want to think about independence. Okay? Pearl said taking care of yourself. That's actually a very good answer. Okay, David says having enough supplies to support one's needs. And Alex says needing no outside help. And you all are so correct. So yes, when you think about a self-sufficient settlement, you're going to be referring to those settlements that make sure that they have the services provided to their inhabitants that is actually able to supply them without having to depend on any other settlement. So yes, that's what the word self-sufficient means. Okay? So this is one of the things that we touched on when we looked at lesson 1. So when you go back to the recordings, for those of you who wasn't here on Tuesday, please feel free to log back in to see the previous recordings. So when we looked at lesson 1, we talked about an ideal settlement. And when you talk about an ideal settlement, these are some of the characteristics that were incorporated when settlements were developed. And this happens a lot during, I want to say about 50 to 100 years ago. These were more important to persons during that time. And I'm going to tell you why. So now I want you to discuss with me some of the characteristics. Many of them are physical. So some of the physical characteristics that you will consider to be ideal for a settlement. So please share with me in the chat some of those characteristics that you deem ideal for a settlement. So when you think about a settlement, what are some of the things that you think will be incorporated into a settlement? Okay, I see some answers in my chat. Let's see what some of the responses are. Okay, David, I see you. Garcia, I see you. Okay. What I want you to also think about, these were settlements, let's say, our 1900s. What are some of the things that you think would have been important to them when they were actually placing a settlement in a given area? Okay? What are some of the things you think would have been important to them when they were actually developing a settlement? Okay, Alex, I see you. Okay, Masha. Good job, Masha. Okay? So we're going to go over a few of these things that we consider to be ideal. And remember, I also told you these were more important to persons of yesteryear, I want to call it, because now that we are more advanced, a lot of these things aren't really necessary. So we're going to look at a few of those characteristics or physical components that an ideal settlement actually needed. Okay, so let's look at the slide. So some of the things when you were considering placing a settlement in a given area, some of the things that you want to be mindful of. Okay, so you definitely needed fertile soil. Okay, I saw someone in the chat said fertile soil, so good job to you. Okay, why was fertile soil important during these times? Okay, because of course you need crops. This is the livelihood of many of your inhabitants. Farming was their livelihood. Okay, being able to be self-sufficient, being able to feed themselves. So having fertile soil was very important to them. Okay, fuel coming from firewood. This was also important because when you think about it, maybe the area was cold, you need fuel to burn for the fire. Okay, you use fuel also for cooking. Okay, fuel eventually could also, the firewood could also be used to generate electricity. Okay, another thing we see here on this slide that could have been important to these settlements were definitely fresh water. Okay, and this water body could serve two purposes. Okay, one being transportation. Okay, the water could also have been used for drinking as well, watering crops, using it for your animals. Okay, so remember in yesteryear, transportation had yet to have been developed. Okay, so they used the riverway to actually transport their goods, their materials to the market area. Another thing was elevation on the hillside. We see at the top, we see defense. So defense was very important. So you ensure where your settlement was located, you were able to see all surrounding areas. So they would typically choose high elevation just to make sure that they continue to be protected and they can see invaders coming onto them. Another thing that was also important to them was flat land. Okay, flat land was tied in with farming. So flat land, of course, is important as it relates to farming. I don't know if any one of you was here for lesson 1. We talked about how flat land is actually able to hold water, to water the crops, whereas if you're farming on a hillside, there are different techniques that have to be incorporated, such as terracing, where you actually cut into the hillside to assist you with watering plants. Okay? So yeah, so we have flat land, we have fertile soil, we have fresh water, we have defense. So these are some of the things, and we have fuel wood. These are some of the things that were incorporated into what we would consider an ideal settlement. Whereas the settlement, their main goal was to be self-sufficient not necessarily having to rely on another settlement for materials. Please, please, please refer back to our lesson 1. We have so much more information on this aspect in lesson 1. Lesson 1, we also talk about some of the things that weren't necessary or some of the things they tried to avoid. They tried to avoid areas that flood a lot. Okay, and we can see some of these same areas right here around us in the Bahamas. They also try to avoid marshy areas, okay, swampland, okay. So let's continue. Another activity that we're going to use today to assist us in identifying our 2 settlement types. So the 2 main types of settlement is either rural or urban. So our rural settlements, as we have discussed, these are the settlements that are considered to be countryside. These are our farmland areas, okay? And our urban areas would be those that are your towns and your cities. So your urban areas are definitely more developed than your rural areas. So this whole activity, what we're going to do, we're going to group the settlement types, okay? So we have settlement types such as small towns, large towns, villages, hamlets, cities, and capital. We're going to put them into the correct settlement that they actually are. So are they rural settlements? Are they urban settlements? So feel free to state in the chat where each will go. So I'm going to start with our hamlets. So where will our hamlets go? Okay, see my chat is lit up already. Okay, David and Marsha, you are so correct. Yeah, so our hamlet will definitely go in our rural area. Okay, so let's do another one. So we're gonna put our hamlet in there. Let's do another one. So our city, where would city go? Okay, David, Marsha, Summer, Kosia. Okay, yes, guys, good job. So city will go in our urban area. Okay, what about our large towns? Our large towns. Where would our large town go? Okay, Liz, I saw you. Alex, no. Try again. Okay, Kosia, Summer, David. Okay, Liz, I saw you. Okay, so our large town is going to go. Our large town is going to go in our urban area. So what about our villages? Where would our villages go? Okay, Marsha, I see you. Kosia, I see you. Alex, I see you. David, I see you. Summer, good job, guys. Okay, so yeah, so village would definitely go in our rural area. So we have 2 more to go. Small town, where would small town go? Which settlement type is a small town? Okay, Summer, good job. Kosia, good job. Kellen, good job. Marsha, David. Okay, excellent, guys. So small town, remember, we already have our large town and our urban areas. So our small town is definitely going to go in our rural. And last but not least, our capital cities. Where would our capital cities go? Okay, Summer, good job. Alex, good job. Kosia, good job. David and Marsha, I see you as well. So yes, so capital city is definitely going to go in our urban. Okay, so when we look at settlement types, your rural and your urban areas.
You're going to look at how your rural areas are much smaller. Remember, we talked about size in the beginning as relates to criteria in which these settlements are actually going to be grouped. So when you think about your rural settlements, these settlements are much more small. These are your countryside areas. You have very few services in these areas. Okay, when you think about your urban areas, these are your much larger city areas. Okay, so these areas are actually more industrialized, more developed. Okay, good job, guys. Give yourself a pat on the back. Okay, so another thing we were able to discuss in our first lesson was that we were able to actually compare a rural to an urban settlement. Okay, a rural to an urban settlement. So one thing we've already established, the difference between a rural and an urban settlement is definitely size. Okay, another thing is definitely its development. Of course, your urban areas are definitely more developed than your rural areas. Okay, when you think about services, the amount of services available. Yes, Alex, good job. I was just about to say that. When you think about the services available, your rural settlements definitely have less service and they are definitely, yes, developed. Good job, Alex. Okay, some of the other things that you want to be able to compare as it relates to your urban and your rural areas are the industries. What industries do our rural settlements actually provide? Okay, our rural settlements, they provide more of your primary industries. These are the industries that you actually have to, these are the industries that you call your extraction industries, okay? Whether it's fishing, whether it's farming. I have a few of them on the next slide as well. Okay, when you think about your urban areas, these are the areas that you're going to find more industrialization, more manufacturing, more service sectors such as banking and tourism. Okay, so your industries are more advanced in your urban areas. Your education level you can also be mindful of because you're going to have a more advanced education sector in your urban areas, okay? In some rural areas, they possibly don't even have colleges, okay? They possibly only go up to maybe junior high school. Whereas in your urban areas, persons are able to be more educated because they actually have the accessibility to things such as universities and colleges. So just to name a few, those are some of the ways in which you are actually able to compare a rural to an urban settlement. Let's continue. So fill in the blank. The term blank refers to the arrangement of settlements within a given area in an order of importance. Good job, Liz. Okay, so Liz is the one that got the answer. So yes, so the term hierarchy refers to the arrangement of settlements within a given area in order of importance. Okay, so we're going to look at the hierarchy of settlements. So when you think about the hierarchy of settlements, you want to talk about the order of importance. And there are three methods used to determine the order of importance in the hierarchy. And these were based upon, one, population size. So this is what you call a hierarchy, where you actually are able to rank the settlement. Remember, one of our criteria was to rank. And that was one of the ways in which these settlements have actually been grouped. Okay, so when you look at this hierarchy, the purpose of this hierarchy is to actually compare sizes of the different settlements. So this hierarchy starts from your smallest settlement to your large settlement. And just to recap, you're able to see where it starts at the base. You possibly only have one family. Okay, those are your numerous isolated buildings or farms. Remember I said settlements can be as small as one house in a given area. Okay, then you want to move up to your hamlets, where you have about 5 or 6 buildings and a family. You have your villages, about 700 persons in that given area. Your small town could be up to about 20,000 persons, and it continues to increase as we go up the hierarchical structure. When you are able to actually analyze the population size of a settlement, these areas are going to also be split into our two settlement types. Are they rural settlements or are they urban settlements? Okay, so you see where we have our two towns. You have your small town. This is where you have a lot of that primary industry marketing taking place, where you're farming, where you're fishing, and you're selling these products to your inhabitants. And then with your large town, where you see is in your urban areas, these are more industrialized areas. Okay, these are your service towns, where you have tourism taking place, where you have manufacturing taking place. So when you think about your order of importance, one of the things you're going to consider is population size. Okay, next, we're going to look at your range and number of services. Remember, the smaller the settlement, the few services that particular settlement is actually going to provide. Okay, the smaller the settlement, the few services that settlement is actually going to provide. So starting from the top where the hamlet is, going down, you're going to start from your smaller settlement to your largest settlement. So you can actually see some of the services that are actually provided within these different settlements. Hamlets, maybe none. Your village is going to have maybe a church, a public house, a post office, okay, small shops, maybe a junior school, okay, and then your towns, of course, are going to have more services provided than your villages, okay. Let's go to a very, very quick activity. A very quick activity, okay. So this website is one I found to be very vital, looking at some of the different parts of the settlement topic. Okay, you can use it as well. It's called 3D geography. You just go in there and Google it. So in the chat box, let's look at junior school. Is it found, which one of these settlements do you think a junior school is found in? Which one of these settlements you think a junior school is found in? Okay, Darius and Marsha, I see you. Okay, so it is found in either a town or a city. Either a town or a city. Let's do one more. Let's do a supermarket. Which one? Sorry, I give you the answer already. Let's do doctor's surgery. Is it found in a village, a town, or a city? A village, a town, or a city? Okay, Marsha, I see you. Summer, I see you. Kosi, I see you. Jade, I see you. David. Okay, good job, guys. Okay, so it is actually found, a doctor's surgery can actually be found in all. Some villages, a town, or definitely a city area. So good job, guys. Let's continue. Okay, so you think about the sphere of influence. This is your market area. This is the area where persons actually go to purchase items to obtain a service. So the area of the sphere of influence is going to depend on the size and the services of that particular settlement, its surrounding settlements, the transport facilities available, the level of competition from rival settlements. Why do you think transport facilities are available? Because of course we're going to have to find means of getting to your market area. Okay? We're also going to have to be mindful as to the services that your area already provides as well. Okay? We don't want to have 2 Wendy's in one area. Okay? Its surrounding settlements. We look at competition. Does it make sense to put this KFC here, whereas one is already maybe in the settlement next door? So these are some of the things we want to look at when we talk about the sphere of influence. So let's do another quick activity. For number one, we're going to go through them. Number one, the minimum number of people needed to ensure that demand is great enough for a special service to be offered to the people living in that area. So all of your answers are right there at the top. You just have to choose the correct answer to put in the space provided. Okay? See, some persons are on the rule. The minimum number of people needed would be, okay, David, Chardonnay, Marsha, good job, guys. Okay, good job. Yes, it is your threshold population. So number two, the maximum distance that people are prepared to travel to obtain a service. Some people are on the road. Robin, I see you. Marsha, I see you. David, I see you. Darius, I see you. Alex, Kosia. Okay, good job. Chardonnay says no Chardonnay. Okay, Robin. Okay, good job, guys. Deshante, I see you. Good job. Okay, so the maximum distance that people are prepared to travel is our range. And last but not least, each settlement which provides a service is known as your central place. Okay? Yes, it's known as your central place. Yes, good job, everyone. It's known as your central place. And it's known as your central place because you're actually able to go and travel there to obtain a service. Okay? So yes, so number one was threshold population. Number two was range. And number three was your central place. Okay? So we're narrowing down to the end. So let's just quickly go over this. So when you think of the functions of a settlement, you're going to think of what your settlement is actually providing to you, what service your settlement is actually going to provide to you. In your rural areas, we call these our single functional settlements, simply because they provide your primary industries, okay? And they only provide maybe one or two of your service is in that given area. So your urban settlements, you're going to find many services being provided. So we call these our multifunctional settlement types. You have your secondary industries. You have numerous secondary industries you can find in an area. You have your tertiary industries you can find in these areas. Okay, so just quickly, we can do this little glance. So you think about single functional, your primary activities. So those rural areas possibly will be able to provide farming, provide lumbering, provide mining, and also provide fishing. Okay? So we touched on this last lesson about what a function actually is. So this relates to the economic and social development of a given area. And here's a list of some of those different functions that we were able to actually touch on. You have your tourism. You have residential, where persons actually live. So I'm going to go through them with you on this next slide. So we have our market areas. Okay? These are areas that you go to sell your products. These are areas where you collect, you distribute products for sale. You have your mining towns. These towns are responsible for mining things such as coal, okay, bauxite, okay? You have your industrial and manufacturing areas. These are the areas that they take the raw material from the rural areas and they actually produce them, okay? You could think about some crops that have actually been turned into other materials. Maybe you get fish, which is a primary industry, and you want to can those fish, like tuna, for example. So those would be the responsibility of the industrialized areas. They're going to take that fish and they're going to can them. So we have our ports. Why are ports responsible? What is ports responsible for? Cruise ships coming in, okay, import and export, okay, persons going to and fro. These are why ports are actually responsible. So when you think of the word service a settlement actually provides. These are some things that you should be mindful of, okay? You also have your religious areas. Persons actually travel for religious purposes. Okay, one example I have there is the Vatican City. Okay, of course you have your commercial areas where you deal with a lot of wholesaling and retailing. You have your administrative areas. When I think about Bay Street downtown here in New Providence, in the city of Nassau, where you have a lot of government offices, okay, a lot of businesses in that given area. Of course, residential. Most of the settlements that you guys live in would definitely, one of the functions that they serve would definitely be residential. And last but not least, tourism. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Bahamas. Okay, so the function that, of course, we see right here in the Bahamas would definitely be that of tourism. So these are some of the functions that a settlement actually provide to its inhabitants. Okay, so we have come to an end of the topic settlements. I hope you guys enjoy. I hope this is very informative. For those of you who have done the topic before, please use this as some sort of review for your upcoming exams. Okay, please use this information. You can always go back, like I told you prior. You can go back to lesson 1, lesson 2, and definitely you can also come back to lesson 3. They are all uploaded to the site for you. You are also able to receive resources on the same website. You can go to our resource column to receive some of the worksheets that can also be provided. I'm going to urge you to do the review questions that are at the end of every slide that I did. Okay, please use these review questions to get you to start thinking about BGCSE. Use these review questions too. You can hand them to your teacher. You can share them with her. Okay, so number 1, you should have been able to identify the 2 types of settlements. Okay, you should also have been able to identify criteria needed to group settlements. State 2 characteristics of an ideal settlement and explain why each may be important to that settlement. Number 4, examine the effect of population size in relation to the availability of services offered. Number 5, compare a rural and urban settlement by identifying 2 differences. Number 6, provide 3 settlements found in the Bahamas and examine a function each settlement may provide. You are only allowed to use one function one time. Okay? Tourism isn't the only function the Bahamas serve, so be mindful of that. And number 7, last but not least, you're going to give examples of 2 settlement patterns that are only found in urban areas. It was definitely a pleasure having all of you. It's definitely a pleasure having all of you with me today. Yes, Alex, you can have my email address. Okay, feel free to reach out to me if needed. My email address is wcdames@hotmail.com. So Alex, that's my email address if you want to reach out to me. So like I stated, it was definitely a pleasure having everyone here today. I hope you guys enjoy. So it's a pleasure assisting everyone today. Thank you so much for coming.
Hi, I'm Mrs. J, and these are your Commerce Exam Nuggets. This is Lesson 1. Welcome. Before we begin, I want you to get a few things: a pen or a pencil, a notebook or device to record in, and of course, your thinking caps. Now, let's take a look at our objective for today's session. With this in mind, I want you to consider each of the following terms I'm about to display. All of them have something to do with the definition of commerce. So, I want you to jot them down with your pen or pencil and create a definition that is uniquely yours. It's a literacy strategy we love to use in commerce. So, are you ready? Let's begin. Here are your 8 terms. Now you can use all 8 of these terms or most of the terms. However, the important thing is that you put the key terms together in a way that is grammatically correct. So make an attempt. Time is up. You did it. I am sure you did it. So, what is commerce? A definition I like to use is the buying and selling of goods or services provided by the producer to satisfy the needs and wants of consumers. Here are a few other definitions that you might have considered using. Though all different, each of them are at least 80% correct. The point is, take advantage of using those key terms as a strategy. Each definition can be different, and they can all be correct. Wow, it's just that simple. So, today I'd simply like to thank you for watching. And remember, until next time, with God, virtually anything is possible. Hi, I'm Mistress J, and these are your Commerce Exam Nuggets. Lesson 2, Production. Before we begin, I would like you to get a pen or a pencil, a notebook or a device to record in, and of course, your thinking cap. Let's look at our objectives for today. Our first objective is to define production. Then our second objective is to look at the 4 categories of production. Now think about everything that you have, everything that you need, that you want. All of it comes from raw materials from nature. Because of that, commerce cannot exist without production. So let's think about it. What is production? Yes, that's exactly what I thought. Production is the process of converting raw materials into goods or services that satisfy human needs and wants. And here are your keywords. There are 3 main categories of production. Primary, where we gather all the raw materials. Secondary, where we convert those raw materials into goods. And tertiary, where we provide services to allow those goods to be sold. All of them are linked and connected. Did you know there's a 4th category, quaternary industries? And these are your intellectual services, research, development, and information. Now, guess what? It's quiz time. Let's recap quickly. What is production? Look at your keywords and try to remember the definition. That's correct. Now, look at the 4 pictures and try to remember the 4 categories of production. That's also correct. Great job. We did it. It's just that simple. We defined production and listed the categories for production. Thank you for watching, and remember, with God, virtually anything is possible. Hi,
This is Mistress J, and these are your Commerce Exam Nuggets, lesson number 3, specialization and division of labor. Before we begin, I will quickly ask you to get the following: pen or a pencil, a notebook or device, and of course, your thinking cap. Here are our objectives for our lesson for today. Objective 1 is to define the term specialization or division of labor. Our second objective is to look at the disadvantages and advantages, stating one of each. Now let's do a quick recap of our last lesson of production. Do you remember the 3 main categories: primary, secondary, and tertiary? Every possible occupation is going to fall under one of those 3 levels: hairdresser, baker, plant nursery worker, insurance agent, oil refinery, carpenter. All of those are going to fall into one of those 3 levels. Because of that, that's leading us straight to our term and topic for today. What is specialization? Specialization is the breaking down of a productive activity into simpler tasks. Let's take a look at your keywords. Did you know it is also known as the division of labor? You can use those terms interchangeably. Now, the advantages versus the disadvantages. Our advantages are as follows: 1, increased output; 2, skills are developed; and 3, mechanization. Remember at least one of these. Then there's the disadvantages: boredom, interdependence, and machinery replacing labor, unemployment. Let's do a quick recap. Can you define specialization? What about stating one of the advantages? Or one of the disadvantages? Great job! Wow! It's just that simple. I want to pause to thank you for watching. And remember, with God, virtually anything is possible. Hi, I'm Mistress J, and these are your Commerce Exam Nuggets, Lesson 4, Divisions of Commerce. Remember, before we begin, there are a few things that you need: a pen or a pencil, a notebook or device to recording, and of course your thinking cap. Here are our objectives for today. Objective 1, we'll look at the types of trade. Objective 2, we will look at the aids to trade. Now let's have a little recap of our lesson 1. What is commerce? Do you remember? Yes, commerce is the trade of goods and services made by the producer to satisfy the needs and wants of consumers. Here are your keywords. Now today we're going to look at the divisions of commerce: trade and aids to trade. Now, what is trade? Trade is the buying and selling of goods or services. It can be local with retail and wholesaling, or foreign with importing and exporting between 2 countries. Our aids to trade are what we call our services to trade. They include banking, insurance, transport, warehousing, advertisement, and communication. All of them are linked in some way to assist with trade. Let's do our recap. Now, the divisions of commerce are Very good. Our aids to trade and our trade. Also, can you list the aids to trade? Very good. Now, let's take a moment and look at our trade. Trade is also divided into two areas. Do you remember what those two areas are? I'll give you bonus if you can remember the subdivisions as well. Wow, there you have it. It's just that simple. I want to take the moment and just thank you for watching today. Remember, with God, virtually anything is possible. Hi, I'm Mrs. J, and this is your Commerce Exam Nuggets, Lesson 5, Local Trade. Now, before we begin, here are a few things I would need you to get: a pen or a pencil, your notebook or device, and of course, your thinking cap. Let's take a look at our objectives for today. Wonderful. So let's recap last lesson of divisions of commerce. Now, commerce is divided into two areas: the aids to trade and trade. For today's lesson, we're going to look at local trade. So, local trade is the exchange of goods or services within a country through retailing and wholesaling. The retailer selling in smaller quantities and wholesaler in larger quantities. Now, they're linked through something called the chain of distribution. This is how goods get from the producer to the consumer. And these are all the different chains of distribution. Now, let's look at the wholesalers and their main functions. There are 5 of them: warehousing, providing transport, providing a variety of brands, breaking bulk, and offering credit. Now, there are 3 main types of wholesalers: the general wholesaler, the specialist wholesaler, and the cash and carry wholesaler. Now, retailers, these are their main functions. They provide an outlet, choice of goods, information and advice for customers, after-sales service, and credit facilities. There are a variety of types of wholesalers. They're either large scale, small scale, or they can be your 24-hour outlets. Let's quickly recap. What is the difference between a retailer and a wholesaler? What is one function of a wholesaler and one function of a retailer? And can you remember 2 types of retailers and 2 types of wholesalers? Wow! It's just that simple. Thank you for watching, and remember, with God, virtually anything is possible. Hi, I'm Mrs. J, and these are your Commerce Exam Nuggets, lesson number 6, Documents of Local Trade. Now, before we begin, here are a few items I need you to get: a pen or a pencil, a notebook or device, and your thinking cap. Now, let's take a quick look at our objective for today. Before we begin, let's quickly recap our last nugget: local trade. Here's the definition: the exchange of goods and services within a country through retailing or wholesaling. And when we have local trade, we use a number of documents to record those transactions. And that's what we're looking at today: local trade documents. Let's suppose I was a consumer. and I wanted to find out who was the best wholesaler in terms of prices. I would write a letter of inquiry to both wholesalers, asking them for a list of prices and their goods. In turn, those wholesalers would give me a documentation called a quotation with the list of their best prices and goods. I would then make a decision of which wholesaler. Once I've chosen the wholesaler I want to go with, I place an order with him. In turn, he gives me a document known as an acknowledgement to confirm my order. The wholesaler then packages my goods and sends an advice note to let me know your goods are on the way. Once the goods are on their way to being delivered, a document known as the delivery note is sent with it. That is so that I, as the consumer, can confirm that everything I ordered is in the delivery. The wholesaler then discusses how much I owe through a document known as the invoice, followed by a statement of account to show how much I owe for the period of time. Once I've checked both of those documents and made sure there's no mistake, I then write a check to the wholesaler. He in turn gives me a document to prove my payment. So let's recap those documents. Can you remember the documents that were sent from the buyer to the seller and the seller to the buyer? Great! Wow, it's just that simple. I would like to thank you for watching, and remember, with God, virtually anything is possible. Hi, I'm Mistress J, and these are your Commerce Exam Nuggets, Lesson 7, Consumer Protection. Before we begin, I would like you to quickly grab a pen or a pencil, notebook or device, and your thinking cap. Let's take a look at our objectives for today's nugget. Now, as consumers, we all need protection from either false advertisements, dangerous goods, or even poor quality goods or services. So, do you know what consumer protection is? Consumer protection is all of the activities targeted towards protecting your consumer rights. Now, our government has a responsibility as well. Supervising credit facilities, encouraging fair trading practices, monitoring and controlling prices, controlling the quality and weights and measures, consumer education, and even putting in place legislation. Here are a few agencies and departments that are responsible for consumer protection. Do you know your rights and responsibilities? Let's take a look. You have a right to safety, but a responsibility to use products safely. You have a right to be informed, but a responsibility to use the information. You have a right to choose, but a responsibility to choose carefully. You have a right to be heard, but a responsibility to speak up. You have a right to redress, but a responsibility to seek redress. Let the businesses know when your expectations are not met. And finally, you have a right to consumer education and a responsibility to learn. So know your rights. And if you'd like more information, visit cpcbahamas.org. Now let's quickly recap. Do you know your rights as a consumer? Do you remember what is the definition of consumer protection? Are you able to tell me 2 reasons why we as consumers need protecting? Are you able to tell me the rights and responsibilities of consumers? Wow, it's just that simple. And I'd like to pause today just to thank you for watching. And remember, with God, virtually anything is possible. Hi, I'm Mrs. J, and these are your Commerce Exam Nuggets, lesson number 8, International Trade. Before we begin, here are a few items I need you to get: a pen or a pencil, a notebook or device, and your thinking cap. Here are our objectives for today's nuggets. As a country, we obtain a variety of goods. We improve our standard of living through international trade because we cannot produce everything for ourselves. And although this is a great opportunity for us, there are a few barriers to international trade. Now, what is international trade? It's the import and export of goods or services between two countries. If we were to compare the import versus the export, I'm sure you're able to tell me at least two differences. The main differences are: import is the buying of goods or services, export the selling, import outflow, export inflow of money. Now, visible trade, here's a closer look. Visible meaning tangible, these are your goods, and the import and export are your trade. So it's the buying and selling of goods between countries. Invisible trade are the intangible services for importing and exporting. So it's the exchange of services between countries. Here's a broader look at invisible versus visible. Visible import are your goods bought. Visible export are your goods sold. Invisible import are your services bought. And your invisible export are your services sold. So let's take an opportunity to practice. There are a few questions I want you to ask yourself. Is it a good? Is it a service? Are you buying or selling? Once you do that, you can determine the classification. Here are a few transactions that you can take a look at. Bought a car from Dubai, or tourists pay for a night for two at Atlantis. Which one is the good? Which one is the service? Which one did we buy? Which one did we sell? If these are your classifications, then you are correct. Wow, it's just that simple. I'm going to take the opportunity to thank you for watching. And remember, with God, virtually anything is possible. Hi, I'm Mrs. J, and these are your Commerce Exam Nuggets, lesson number 9, Balance of Trade and Payments. Before we begin, here are a few things you will need: a pen or pencil, notebook and calculator, and your thinking cap. Here are our objectives for today's nugget. Now let's do a quick recap of international trade. Here's our definition that we learned. It's the import and export of goods or services between two countries. We also made a distinct difference between our visibles and our invisibles of import and export. Today, we're going to look at the balance of trade, balance of payments, and whether those balances are favorable or adverse. The balance of trade. This is known as our visible balance because we take our visible export, our goods sold, and subtract our visible import, which are the goods that we bought from another country. Then there's our balance of payment. The formula is total exports minus our total imports, or we take our balance of trade and add or subtract our invisible balance. Now we must note the invisible balance, which are our services, is the invisible export minus the invisible import. And our balance of payments, that calculation also includes our current account balances and the capital account balances. Now, our balance of trade or payment can be favorable or adverse. If it's favorable, our exports exceeded our imports and it resulted in a surplus. If it's adverse, our imports exceeded our exports and it resulted in a deficit. So let's practice. You're going to need a calculator. Let's suppose our visible exports were $100,000 and our visible import was $70,000. What would our balance of trade be? Of course, $30,000 surplus, and that means our balance will be favorable. Now let's take a look at the balance of payments. If our total export was $600,000 and our total import was $750,000, then our balance of payments would be a $150,000 deficit, which means it's an adverse balance. Wow! Look at that. It's just that simple. I want to thank you for watching. And remember, with God, virtually anything is possible.
This is Mrs. Tavalia Evans with the simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget. Do you know what the terms debit and credit mean? In bookkeeping, the term debit means to record a business transaction on the left-hand side of an account. The term credit means to record a business transaction on the right-hand side of an account. Consider this example. Bought office furniture, paying with cash, $800. There are two accounts, office furniture and cash. Both accounts are asset accounts. An asset account would increase on the debit side and decrease on the credit side. In summary, this means we will record the transaction on the left-hand side of an office furniture account, showing we bought the office furniture, paying by cash. Then we will record the other part of the transaction on the right-hand side of the account to show we purchased the office furniture. Here are the two accounts, office furniture and cash. In office furniture, we said that we would debit or to write on the left-hand side of the account. We wrote the date, the description, cash, and the amount of $800. Then, to complete the double entry, we would write in the cash account on the right-hand side or to credit. We wrote the date, office furniture, and the amount, $800. It's as simple as that. This is Mrs. Tavalia Evans with another simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget. Did you know that ledger accounts can be classified into 6 types of accounts? Pearls. Yes, pearls. The mnemonic, which stands for purchases, expenses, assets, revenue, liability, and sales. Let's use pearls in a T account. P-E-A-R-L-S. Purchases, expenses, assets are on the debit side of the T account, so their normal balances are debit. R-L-S. Revenue, liability, and sales. So their normal balances are on the credit side. So now, when you are asked, what are the normal balances for purchases, expenses, or asset accounts? Just think about pearls. And remember, these accounts are on the debit side. When you are asked the normal balances for revenue, liability, and sales accounts, again, think about pearls. These accounts are on the credit side. It's as simple as that.
Hello students, this is Ms. Barr with another simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget. Number 3, the accounting equation. So let's get right to it. The accounting equation shows the equality of assets owned to the liabilities and capital owed to external parties. And as we know, it is expressed as assets is equal to liabilities plus capital, or A is equal to L plus C. Another name for the accounting equation, that's correct students, is the balance sheet equation. Okay students, let's take a look at assets, liabilities, and capital. Assets are resources owned by the business. Examples, cash and stock of goods. We also have liabilities, which are obligations of the business. Examples, loans. Capital can be defined as cash and other assets that are invested in the business by the owner, either to start the business or during the life of the business. Now, get a pen and a piece of paper so that we can use the accounting equation in a few questions. Question number 1. 12,000, your assets, liabilities, 1,000. What's the capital? All we have to do is subtract the liabilities from the assets. So the answer is 11,000. Excellent job. Question number 2. Our assets are missing. As we can see, we have our liabilities and capital. So in order to calculate our assets, we just simply add the 2,000 plus 13,200. Our assets total, 15,200. On to question number 3, our final question. What's the total for our liabilities? So in this case, we would take our capital away from the assets. And you guessed it, our liabilities total 11,500. Excellent job. So remember, it's as simple as that. Hello students, this is Ms. Barr with another simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget. Number 4, balancing off accounts. Our objectives are 1, recall the steps to balance off an account. 2, demonstrate how to balance off an account. All right, I want you to get a pen and a piece of paper, or you can use your device. Be sure to write these 5 steps down. 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and last but not least, number 5. Now, I want you to use those same notes and let's balance off an account together. Draw the T account of K roll. Let's follow our steps. Our first step says that we have to add up both sides to find their totals. So our left side or our debit side totals 1,800. Our credit side or our right side totals 1,200. Then we need to deduct the smaller total from the larger total to find the balance. What's the difference, students? You are correct, 600. Let's move to step number 3. We will enter the balance on the side with the smallest. Now, which side has the smallest? The right side or the credit side? That is correct. So the information is shown for you. Now, we are going to draw 2 single lines. Then we move to step number 4. We will enter totals on a level with each other. The totals are 1,800. We will now double underline both of those numbers. Now our T account is equal. Our next and final step will be to enter the balance on the line below the totals. The balance will show, and it will be on the opposite side of the balance CD. There we go, students. We now have an account for K-roll that's balanced off. And remember, it's as simple as that. Hello, students. This is Ms. Barr with another simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget. Number 5, the trial balance. Our objectives are: define the term trial balance and identify a trial balance. Now, how do we define the term trial balance? Let's look at some key words to assist us. Equality, list, time, account balances, and ledger. Now I'm going to give you a task. I want you to come up with a definition for the trial balance based on these key terms. Now, let's check your answer. Did you get it correct? The trial balance can be defined as a list of all of the account balances in the books at a particular point in time that proves the equality of the account balances in the ledger. Excellent job. Now, you will see that there is a scale displayed. The scale shows numbers on both sides and they are equal. So just like this scale, our trial balance should be equal, where our total debits are equal to our total credits. Now, this is an example of how a trial balance looks. You have your who, what, and when at the top. That is the company name, the fact that it's a trial balance, and the date. We also have the list of accounts. We have our debit balances and our credit balances. And you will notice our debit balances total $16,330. And guess what? Our credit balances are the same. That tells me that our trial balance is balanced. So students, the next time you see one of these, you will know that it's a trial balance. And once again, it's as simple as that. Hello students, this is Ms. Barr with another simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget. Number 6, books of original entry. Today we have 3 objectives. The first one, define the term books of original entry. 2, state the alternate names for books of original entry. And 3, list the 6 books of original entry. Now, what are books of original entry? I want you to get your device, or you can get a pen and a piece of paper so we can write this down. Books of original entry can simply be defined as this. They are books where the first entry of a transaction is entered. So think about entering into a transaction. These are the books where you would enter the information first. Now let's continue. There are a few alternate names for books of original entry, and they are as follows. They can be called journals, books of prime entry, or they can be called day books. Now, did you know that there are 6 books of original entry? Can you name all 6? Let's test your knowledge. The first one, the sales journal. We also have the purchases journal, the returns inwards journal, returns outwards journal, the cash book, and last but not least, the general journal. I'm sure you got all 6 of them correct, and if you didn't know it, I'm sure you learned something new. So remember, ensure that you write these down or you use your device to take a photo. And once again, students, it's as simple as that.
This is Mr. Valia Evans with another simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget. The sales daybook is also known as the sales journal. This is the daybook where all the credit sales of a business is recorded. Did you know that credit sales transactions creates debtors? Debtors are people that owe our business because we sold them stock or inventory on credit with an agreement that they could take the goods now and pay later. What is another name for a debtor? You are correct, a credit customer. Each credit sale is recorded on the source document known as an invoice. An invoice is only issued for a credit transaction. Individual invoices are entered by date order in the sales daybook or sales journal. No cash sales are entered in the sales daybook. Some of our debtors may decide to return goods to us for reasons like some goods may be damaged or the incorrect product was delivered or too much of the same product delivered. This is called sales returns. Sales returns is stock or inventory that was returned to the seller by a customer. What is another name for sales returns? Correct again, it's sales returns, also known as returns inwards. A credit note, sometimes referred to as a credit memo, is the source document issued by a seller to a customer who has returned goods. The credit note is then used to reduce the credit customer balance. Individual credit notes are entered by date order in the sales returns daybook or journal. Another name for the sales returns daybook or journal is the returns inwards daybook or journal. It's as simple as that.
Hello students, this is Ms. Barr with another simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget. Number 8, purchases and purchases returns. Here are our objectives. Please make sure you have a pen and a piece of paper, or you can use your device. Now, the purchases daybook is also known as the purchases journal. This is the daybook where all credit purchases are recorded. Now, did you know that credit purchases transactions create creditors? Creditors are people that our business owes because we receive stock on credit and we agree to pay for these goods later. Now, students, what's another name for a creditor? You guessed it, that's correct, a supplier. Each credit purchase is recorded in a source document known as a purchases invoice that we receive from our suppliers. We take these purchases invoices and we enter them in date order in the purchases daybook, or we refer to it as the purchases journal. Now remember, no cash purchases are entered in the purchases daybook. We may decide to return goods to our creditors for the following reasons. The goods are damaged, they're incorrect, or we received too much of the same product. When this happens, this is called purchases returns. Purchases returns is stock that was returned by a business to their suppliers. Now, let's make sure you're paying attention. What's another name for purchases returns? Awesome job, students. Purchases returns is also known as returns outwards. A debit note is a document sent to a supplier showing the details of a claim for an allowance for unsatisfactory goods. We would organize all of our individual debit notes in the Purchases Returns Daybook, or we call it the Purchases Returns Journal. Now remember, students, it's just as simple as that. Hello students, this is Ms. Barr with another simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget, number 9, the General Journal. Here are the objectives. At this point, I want you to get a pen and a piece of paper, or you can get your device. Now I want you to ask yourself this question: what is the General Journal? The General Journal is a book of original entry where other transactions are recorded. Now, so far we've looked at various transactions and their related books of original entry. Now we are at the bottom with other transactions. So if the transaction does not fall under the categories above where other transactions are stated, we would record them in the General Journal. Now we would use the General Journal for the following transactions: the purchase and sale of fixed assets on credit, also writing off of bad debt, adjustments, opening entries, and the correction of errors. So here's our example. A machine is bought on credit from ABC Company on January 25th, 2019 for $1,000. So we would put in our date, which is the 25th of January 2019. We would debit our machinery account, and we would put in a folio reference, and in the debit column we would write $1,000. As far as the credit is concerned, we would indent the credit, which in this case is ABC Company, put in our related folio reference, and write $1,000 in the credit column. Now, right at the bottom here, you would notice that there's a brief description. This is known as a narrative. So ensure that you take a picture of this or that you're writing it down for the proper format of recording entries in the General Journal. And once again, students, it's as simple as that.
This is Ms. Devalia Evans with another simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget. A cash book is the book of original entry that is used to record all of a business receipts and payments. The cash book is the only book of original entry that forms a part of the double entry system. Do you know why? Yes, a cash book serves the purpose of both the journal and ledger. There are two categories of cash books: 2 and 3 column cash book and the petty cash book. The 2 column cash book has only the cash and bank columns on both the debit and credit side. The 3 column cash book has the addition of the discount allowed column on the debit side and the discount received column
on the credit side. Source documents are used for all books of original entry. The cash book has several. Can you name some of them? Bank statement, cash receipt, supplier invoice, credit card slip, cash register tape. Good job! The other cash book is known as the petty cash book. This is where the transactions for small cash purchases are recorded. It is not efficient for time and cost to write a check for small purchases, so companies set up a petty cash fund, which is a small amount of cash held on hand to be used to make payments for small day-to-day purchases. A petty cash fund is a type of impress account, which means that it contains a fixed amount of cash that is replaced as it is spent in order to maintain a set balance. Some examples of small payments made from petty cash include buying postage stamps, refreshments for a meeting, bridge tolls, stationery, reimbursement. Can you name the source document for the petty cash? Correct, a petty cash voucher. It's as simple as that.
Hello students, this is Ms. Barr with another simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget, number 11, personal accounts. Here are our objectives. Remember at this point, get a pen and a piece of paper, or you can use your device to make notes. Now we're going to be talking about personal accounts. Personal accounts are accounts that deal with people. Did you know that there are two types of personal accounts? Here we go. First, we have debtors accounts and we have creditors accounts. So these are the two categories of personal accounts. Now, our debtors accounts show records of customer accounts. Remember, our customers are people that owe us money. Now, the opposite, which would be our creditors account, they show records of supplier accounts. These would be people that we owe money to. Now, our debtor accounts, let's start with that, are recorded in what is called the sales or the debtor's ledger. Now let's look at creditors accounts. They are recorded in the purchases or the creditor's ledger. Now if we look at debtor accounts in a bit more details, you would have components such as credit sales, returns inwards, payments via cash or check, discounts allowed, as well as bad debt. When we look at our creditors accounts, we would have the opposite. Credit purchases, returns outwards, payments to our suppliers, as well as discounts received. And once again, students, it's as simple as that. Hello students, this is Ms. Barr with another simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget, number 12, the general ledger. Here are the objectives. At this time, I want you to get a pen and a piece of paper, or you can use your device. Now, did you know that another name for the general ledger is the nominal ledger? The general or nominal ledger is an important ledger that provides a record of all financial transactions that affect a business. All accounts in the general ledger are used for the preparation of financial statements. What does the general or nominal ledger contain? The general ledger contains real and nominal accounts. I'm sure you knew that. Let's continue. What are real and nominal accounts that were mentioned previously? Real accounts are accounts that deal with possessions of the business. Can you name any real accounts? I'll give you a few seconds. I hope you got it correct. Here are a few examples. Buildings, machinery, stock, and even computer equipment, just to name a few. Now let's move to nominal accounts. Nominal accounts can be defined as accounts which expenses, income, and capital are recorded. Can you name any nominal accounts? Once again, I'll give you a few seconds. Excellent job. I'm sure you got that correct as well. Electricity, telephone expenses, sales, capital, and commission received are all examples of nominal accounts. Great job. Now, I want you to remember the general ledger contains real and nominal accounts relating to the assets, liabilities, income, expenses, and capital of a business. And once again, students, it's as simple as that.
This is Mrs. Devalier Evans with another simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget. You've worked for hours trying to balance the trial balance, and finally, you balanced. Later, you got a note from the accountant that there were some errors even though your debits and credits were equal. Here is what was pointed out. Note 1. A check received for $2,310 was entered in the cash book and debtors account as $2,130. The trial balance was still balanced because a debit and credit was made for the transaction. However, the incorrect amount was posted to the account. This is known as the error of original entry. Note 2. Ms. Susie is the owner of a craft store. She used $100 of the business cash to repair her personal vehicle. The transaction was posted to the vehicle's repairs account. This is known as an error of principle. Note 3. The sale of goods on credit to A. Moxie was debited to the account of A. Maury. The trial balance was still balanced because a debit and credit was made for the transaction. However, the debit was posted to the wrong personal or debtor's account. This is known as the error of commission. And the final note, cash sales, $200, was debited to the sales account and credited to the cash account. The trial balance was still balanced because the debit and credit was made to the correct account. However, the amount was posted to the wrong side of the account. This is known as the error of complete reversal. We will look at a question from BGCSE Bookkeeping and Accounts 2019 Paper 1. The cost of new business machine has been debited to the repairs account. Which kind of error has been made? Hint: wrong account was debited. The answer? C. Error of principle. It's as simple as that. This is Mrs. Devalier Evans with another simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget. The preparation of accounts is guided by a number of rules that should be followed while recording business transactions and preparing accounts. These rules may be termed as accounting concepts. Here are 4 of them. Business entity. This concept assumes that, for accounting purposes, the business and its owner are 2 separate independent entities. Thus, the business and personal transactions of its owner are separate. For example, the owner takes $100 cash from the business for his or her personal use. This should not be recorded as a business expense. Money measurement. This concept assumes that only transactions which can be expressed in terms of money are recorded in the books of the accounts. For example, payment of wages $500 can be recorded. However, the loyalty of an employee cannot be measured in terms of money. Dual aspect. This concept, sometimes referred to as the double entry concept, assumes that every transaction has a dual effect. One account must be debited and the other credited. Both aspects of the transaction must be recorded in the books of accounts, showing one giving account and the other receiving. Consistency. This concept assumes that a business will use the same method for recording and preparing accounts from one financial year to the next. For example, if the straight line method is used to calculate depreciation for an asset in year 1, then the same method should be used. Let's look at a question that was taken from the BGCSE Bookkeeping and Accounts 2018 Paper 1. Molly makes a cash payment to S. Jones, a supplier. This transaction is recorded in the cash book and S. Jones's account. Which accounting concept is being applied? Hint: it affects 2 accounts. The answer is C, dual aspect. It's as simple as that.
Hi, my name is Miss Kezia Samantha Knowles. Welcome to Economics Review Nuggets. This is Lesson 1. So, what is economics? Economics can be defined as the study of how individuals and societies make decisions about ways to use scarce resources to fulfill wants and needs. Well, what does that mean? For you to better understand, let's break economics down into 2 categories: macroeconomics and microeconomics. Macro, in the word macroeconomics, is a prefix that means big. When we think of macroeconomics, we think of the economy as a whole. For example, the country's unemployment rate, changes in the prices of goods, measures taken to stop the spread of COVID-19. Some questions we try to answer in macroeconomics are: what happens when money supply increases? Or, what causes the economy to grow over time? Micro, in the word microeconomics, is a prefix that means small. Microeconomics deals with individual behaviors in the economy. Individuals can mean one consumer, one household, one firm, or one industry. Some questions we aim to answer in microeconomics are: if the price of cars goes up, what happens to consumer demand? Or, if income levels of consumers increase, how will the demand for meat change? Now, let's see how much you have learned today. Which of the following can be placed in the category of microeconomics? If you said the price of bread, interest rates, and earning a high income, you are correct. Growth of the economy, inflation, and unemployment can be placed into the category of macroeconomics. You see, it's just that simple. Hi, I'm Miss Kezia Samantha Knowles. Welcome to another Economics Review Nugget. In our last nugget, we discovered that individuals and economies must make decisions on how to distribute resources to satisfy our wants and needs. Do you know what resources are? Imagine making a car in a factory. You would need materials, tools, and workers. Resources are things used to make other goods. The resources used to make a car are the factory, materials, tools, and workers. Okay, so you're probably wondering, why can't everyone just get everything they want and need? Well, because we have unlimited wants and needs, there is simply not enough resources to give to everyone. We call this problem scarcity. How can we make good decisions about sharing and obtaining scarce resources? First, you will have to know the difference between a need and a want. Take a look at the picture on your screen. Can you tell which items are needs and which items are wants? Let's place a W next to our want and an N next to our need. It is important to distinguish between what we need and what we want in order to make better decisions about getting scarce resources so that we can be satisfied. So, what is a need? A need is something an individual must have in order to survive. These are the basic needs: food, shelter, and clothing. How is a want different from a need? A want is something an individual would like to have or wishes for, but they are not essential for survival. When a want is fulfilled, it gives the consumer satisfaction. Some examples are iPhone, sports car, video camera, and expensive jewelry. Let's take a look at another example. Here we have water. Water is considered a need because we need it in order to survive. However, Coca-Cola, coffee, and punch are all considered wants because they are not essential for human survival. You see, it's just that simple. Hi, I'm Miss Kezia Samantha Knowles. Welcome to another Economics Review Nugget. Remember in our last lesson, we learned about how consumers must make choices about wants and needs in order to gain satisfaction. How do businesses know what consumers want and need? A business will use market research to identify what consumers need and want. This information helps the business in decision making. For example, whether a new product or service should be developed. The type of good and services a business will provide will depend on the results of a market research. Some goods businesses make are computers, cars, washing machines, mobile phones, sweets, clothes, or seafood. Some services businesses provide are banking, insurance, education, hairdressing, public transport, or entertainment. Goods and services can be described as tangible, which means goods can be seen, touched, and handled. For example, washing machine or a car. Or intangible, which describes services. services cannot be touched or handled. For example, public transport or hairdressing. Goods and services can also be described as durable, which means they are long-lasting. For example, clothes and education. Or non-durable, which means they can be used up very quickly. For example, sweets or the cinema. You ever heard the term capital goods and consumer goods? Consumer goods are goods sold to people, that is, consumers, for their own use. Capital goods are goods used by a business to make consumer goods and other capital goods. Now that you understand goods and services, you have to make choices again. Remember, resources are always scarce. This is really important. The opportunity cost is when you choose to do one thing and its value, or how much it is worth, is measured by the value of the next best choice. This can be in time, energy, or even money. Let's take a look at the scenario below. What if you wanted to purchase a pizza and go to the movies? However, you don't have enough money to purchase both. What is the opportunity cost of you buying the pizza? Yes, the opportunity cost would be you not being able to go to the movies. The opposite of opportunity cost is opportunity benefit. These are benefits derived from choices that we make. For example, if I go to school and get an education, then I will be able to earn a decent living afterwards. See, it's just that simple. Hi, I'm Miss Kezia Samantha Knowles. Welcome to another Economics Review Nugget. How does a country know what to produce? Well, it uses an instrument called the Production Possibility Curves or Frontier, also known as PPF. Let's break it down a little bit more so that you can understand better. The first P in PPF stands for production, which means the output of goods and services. The second P stands for possibility, which means the maximum attainable amount. The F stands for border or boundary. Therefore, PPF shows the boundary of what is possible and is used as an illustration in economics to show the choices facing all countries in producing goods and services which use scarce resources. Let's take a look at how countries use production possibility frontiers. Assume a country can produce two types of goods with its resources, capital goods and consumer goods. If it devotes all resources to capital goods, it could produce a maximum of YM. If it devotes all its resources to consumer goods, it could produce a maximum of XM. If the country is at point A on the PPF, it can produce the combination of Y0, capital goods, and X0, consumer goods. If it reallocates its resources, meaning moving resources from point A to point B, it can produce more consumer goods, but only at the expense of fewer capital goods. The opportunity cost, therefore, of producing an extra X0, X1 consumer goods is Y0, Y1 capital goods. And here we can see a decrease in capital goods from Y0 to Y1 in order to increase the production of consumer goods from X0 to X1. Let's take a look at another example. Here we have two services, healthcare services and military services. Can you tell which services resources were reallocated to? If you said the military, you are correct. How do we know? Here we can see an increase in output from 210 to 400 and a decrease in healthcare services from 150 to 70, which means that resources were removed from healthcare services and put into the military services in order for output in the military services to increase. You see, it's just that simple. Hi, I'm Miss Kezia Samantha Knowles. Welcome to another Economics Review Nugget. Remember, PPF is a curve that helps in determining what quantity of a non-essential good or a service an economy can afford to produce without jeopardizing the required production of an essential good or service. This is also called the production possibility curve. Here are some facts about PPF. They show the different combinations of goods and services that can be produced with a given amount of resources. There is no ideal point on the curve. Any point inside the curve suggests resources are not being utilized efficiently. Any point outside the curve is not attainable with the current level of resources. PPF is useful to demonstrate economic growth and opportunity cost. Let us assume the production of capital goods and consumer goods again. Production inside the PPF, example point B, means the country is not using all its resources. It can only produce at points outside the PPF if it finds a way of expanding its resources or improves the productivity of those resources it already has. This will push the PPF further outwards. Let's take a look at the output of pizza and sugar. Points A, B, and C are efficient output combinations lying on the PPF. Points D and E are inefficient combinations, which means that all resources are fully utilized. And finally, point F is an output combination that is not yet attainable. Now you try. Match A, B, and C to the points on the PPF of the production of wine and cotton. Your PPF should have labeled A, B, and C. If you got those points correct, you did an awesome job. You see, it's just that simple. Hi, I'm Miss Kezia Samantha Knowles. Welcome to another Economics Review Nugget. Remember in a previous lesson, we talked about how consumers must make decisions about wants and needs because of scarce resources. But what helps us to make these decisions? In this lesson, we will discuss some factors that influences our choices when obtaining a want or need. First, we will take a look at the term utility. Now, I know when you hear the word utility, you think of businesses that supply us with water and electricity. However, in economics, utility is the total satisfaction received from consuming a good or service. Therefore, if we are completely satisfied with a good or a service, then we will more than likely want to consume that same good or service again to maximize our utility. Another factor is marginal utility. The marginal utility of a good or service is the utility gained or lost from an increase or decrease in the consumption of that good or service. This concept is used by economists to determine how much of a good a consumer is willing to purchase. Next, we have income. Income is the amount of money earned or received during a given period of time. The amount of income a person has will determine how much goods and services a person can buy. In addition, we have wealth. Wealth consists of stock of goods which have money value. In economics, there are three types of wealth. First, private wealth. These are possessions of individuals. For example, land, houses, and jewelry. Next, social wealth. These are assets owned by the community as a whole, that is, central and local government. For example, roads, hospitals, and schools. And finally, national wealth. This is the sum of all the wealth possessed by the citizens of a country. This includes both privately and publicly owned assets. Can you identify the type of wealth that are shown on your screen? Let's put P for private, S for social, and N for national. If you labeled your pictures from left to right, S, N, P, you are correct. You see, it's just that simple. Hi, I'm Miss Kezia Samantha Knowles. Welcome to another Economics Review Nugget. Have you ever wondered where all of the goods come from for consumers to purchase and consume? Goods come from a process called production. Production is the organized activity of transforming resources into finished products in the form of goods and services. In the production process, we must include four factors of production. 1. Land. These are all natural resources. For example, water, natural gas, oil, trees, or all of the things we can find on, in, and under the land. The second factor of production is labor. Labor can be categorized as physical and intellectual. Labor overall means manpower. The third factor of production is capital. Capital are the tools, machinery, or factories used to make things. Human capital is brain power, ideas, or innovation. The last factor of production is entrepreneurship or investment. Businesses, organizations, and people invest time, natural resources, labor, and capital, which are all risks associated with production. Which factor of production is shown on your screen? Yes, labor. How about this one? Yes, entrepreneur. And this one? Capital. Yes, this one? Land. You see, it's just that simple. Hi, I'm Miss Kezia Samantha Knowles. Welcome to another Economics Review Nugget. Remember the term production, the making of goods and services? Well, there are three main types of industry in which firms operate. These sectors form a chain of production which provides customers with finished goods or services. The three stages of production are primary, secondary, and tertiary. The first stage of production is called primary production. This involves acquiring raw materials. For example, metals and coal have to be mined, oil drilled from the ground, rubber tapped from trees, food farmed, and fish trawled. This is sometimes known as extractive production because you are taking things from the ground or under the sea. The next stage is secondary production. This is the manufacturing and assembly process. This is the processing of raw materials into finished or semi-finished goods. It involves the manufacturing and construction industry. For example, making plastics from oil, building houses, bridges, and roads. And finally, tertiary production. This is the distribution of goods and services to areas where they are needed with the help of commerce, which is trade and aids to trade. For example, insurance, transport, advertising, warehousing, communication, and banking. It also involves the direct services provided personnel such as doctors, nurses, teachers, lawyers, the police, just to name a few. Now, let us review using the production chart. First, we extract raw materials in primary production. Then, we take those raw materials and turn them into goods and semi-finished goods in secondary production. And last, we are able to trade those goods with the aid of trade in tertiary production. Can you tell which stage of production each of these workers belong to? A farmer belongs to the primary stage. A builder belongs to the secondary stage. A nurse is in the tertiary stage. You see, it's just that simple. Hi, I'm Miss Kezia Samantha Knowles. Welcome to another Economics Review Nugget. Let us explore how businesses are able to produce efficiently. This is done through a process called division of labor or specialization. There are different types of division of labor. One type is a division of labor by product. This is when a person specializes in producing a particular product or service. For example, a farmer, a mechanic, a doctor, and a cashier. Next, the division of labor by process. This is when a person specializes in a sub-process of the production of a good, meaning each worker has a specific task. An example of division of labor by process is building a house. In order to build a house, you would need someone to design it, then someone to monitor, another person to transport the goods, people to construct, and finally, someone to decorate or paint the building. Next, there is regional or international division of labor. This is when different countries or regions specialize in the production of different products or services according to the resources that they have. Let's look at a few examples. The Bahamas specializes in tourism. Japan specializes in the production of high-tech products. Malaysia specializes in the production of rubber. Brazil specializes in the production of coffee. Advantages of specialization in businesses can include workers become quicker at producing goods, which means that they are more productive. An increase in productivity causes the cost of production to decrease, which means the company will experience a lower average cost. Production levels are also increased. Specialized workers tend to get higher pay, and workers' specific skills will be improved. The downfall of specialization in businesses are there is a greater cost for training workers. Workers will become bored as they do the same job every day. Workers' skills may suffer as they are only doing one job. And workers may eventually be replaced by machinery. You see, it's just that simple. Hi, I'm Miss Kezia Samantha Knowles. Welcome to another Economics Review Nugget. In our last lesson, we discussed how specialization increased productivity. In this lesson, we will discuss some factors that affect productivity. One factor is the time period. This is the period in which a company will take to adjust one or more of its inputs. The time period can either be in the short run or the long run. The short run is a period of time where some factors of production, that is, the inputs, are fixed and limit a manager's decisions. The long run is a period of time over which all factors of production are variable and can be adjusted by a manager. The production function. A production function can be an equation, table, or graph presenting the maximum amount of a commodity that a firm can produce from a given set of inputs during a period of time. In this production function, our inputs include land, labor, and capital. A product or service is then generated to give us an output. Let's take a closer look of how fixed factors and variable factors work in the short versus long run. Fixed factors are those factors of which the quantity remains constant irrespective of the level of output produced by a firm. For example, land, buildings, machinery, tools, and equipment. In times of rising sales, firms can increase labor and capital, but only up to a certain level. They will be limited by the amount of space. In this example, land is the fixed factor which cannot be altered in the short run. If demand slows down, the firm can reduce its variable factors. In this example, it reduces its labor and capital, but again, land is the factor which stays fixed. Variable factors are those factors of which the quantity varies with variations in the levels of output produced by a firm. For example, raw materials, power fuel, water, transport, labor, and communication. In the long run, the firm can change all its factors of production, thus increasing its total capacity. In this example, it has doubled its capacity. You see, it's just that simple. Hi, I'm Miss Kezia Samantha Knowles. Welcome to another Economics Review Nugget. Now that we have explored our input and time period of productivity, let us take a look at output, total product. This refers to the total volume of goods produced during a specified period of time. Total product, that is TP, can be raised only by increasing the quantity of variable factors employed in production. Average product, or AP. The AP of an input is the TP divided by the amount of input used to produce this amount of output. Thus, AP is the output-input ratio for each level of variable input usage. AP is equals to Q over L, where Q is equals total product and L is equals the number of workers. Marginal product, or MP. The MP of an input is the addition to the TP resulting from the addition of one unit of input when the amounts of other inputs are constant. MP is equal to WQ over WL, where W means the change in. Now let us make some sense of what we just discussed. We shall assume that this is a production function of the making of cell phones. In our first column, we have the number of workers. In the second column, we have the total output measured in thousands per year. In our third column, we have our marginal product. And in our fourth column, we have average product. Notice that the marginal product for the sixth worker is not shown, and the average product for the third worker is not shown. Using our formula, let us find these missing figures. To find the average product, you simply divide the total product by the number of workers. Therefore, 54 divided by 3 is 18. To find the marginal product of the sixth worker, simply find the difference of the total output of the fifth worker and the sixth worker. The difference between 90 and 96 is 6. You see, it's just that simple. Hi, I'm Miss Kezia Samantha Knowles. Welcome to another Economics Review Nugget. In today's nugget, we will review the types of costs. When thinking about production, the goal is to find the most efficient and productive point to produce. And while this should be the goal of any business or any economic endeavor, ultimately cost is the main factor in making economic decisions about production. Everything used in production has a cost. When making production decisions, companies do consider these costs and compare them to the amount produced. Fixed and variable costs. Total cost can be divided into fixed and variable costs. Total cost is equals fixed cost plus variable cost. Fixed costs can include startup costs, capital costs, and necessary fees. These are the costs a company must pay even when it is producing nothing. Fixed costs have no effect on the quantity produced. In the short run, capital can be considered a fixed cost. That is, companies must pay the rental fee even if they do not use the machine. Variable costs. The cost of inputs in the production that are directly connected to the quantity produced, such as labor and materials. The relationship between total variable and fixed costs. In the short run, companies have to work with fixed capital and variable labor, and in the interest of competitiveness, employ the most productive ratio of capital to labor. As a result, the total cost is shown in relation to the amount of goods produced. Average cost and marginal cost. Average cost is the total cost divided by the quantity produced. This is the cost per unit. Marginal cost is how producing an additional unit changes total cost. Surprisingly, while the marginal cost curve is increasing, the average cost curve continues to decline for a short period. This shows that while the additional workers add less to the total product, the company continues to become more cost efficient. The cost per unit is lower. Only after the marginal cost had grown larger than the average cost has the company become less cost efficient. Let us put our formulas into practice to find the missing figures on this table. Remember, fixed cost plus variable cost equals total cost. The fixed cost, when we added a second worker, is $160. The variable cost is also $160. Therefore, the total cost is $320. To find the average cost, we divide the total cost by output. The total cost for the fourth worker is $480. The output is $72. Therefore, the average cost is $660. The marginal product is the change in the total cost over the change in the output. The change in the total cost for the fifth worker is $80. And the change in quantity is 8. Therefore, the marginal cost is $10. What about fixed cost? We know that fixed cost plus variable cost is total cost. Therefore, in order to find the fixed cost, we simply subtract the variable cost from the total cost, which will give us $160 for the fixed cost. You see, it's just that simple.
This is Mrs. Tamika Balraming presenting you with a keyboarding Proofreader's Marks nugget. What are proofreader's marks? Proofreader's marks are the symbols that are used to mark corrections and changes to a document. Delete. This symbol is used to select a certain text that you want to delete. For example, she should delete should go to the store. Close up space. This mark is used to close up space between letters and words. For example, I proof close up space red. Lowercase. This symbol is used to show that an uppercase letter should be made lowercase. For example, I lowercase p proof red. Transpose. This mark is used to switch the order of letters or words. For example, I proofread transpose her work. Insert. This symbol is used to insert whatever is written above or below the proofreading symbol. For example, we went insert to the mall. Capitalized. This symbol is used to show that a lowercase letter should be made uppercase. For example, uppercase T, the teacher did an excellent job. It's that simple. This is Mrs. Tamika Boramin with another Keyboarding Proofreader's Marks nugget. New paragraph. This symbol is used to indicate the start of a new paragraph. For example, proofreader's marks are used to mark corrections and changes to a document. New paragraph. Common proofreader's marks include move text left or move text right. These symbols are used to indicate that the text should be moved left or right. For example, move text left, place this line of text at the left margin. Place this line of text at the right margin. Move text right. Insert period. This symbol is used to insert a period onto the page. For example, I always pay attention in class. Insert period. Let it stand. This symbol indicates that proofreading marks should be ignored and the copy should be unchanged. For example, reviewing this topic is a great idea. Insert quotation marks. These symbols are used to insert quotation marks within the text. For example, insert open quotation, my teachers are the best. Insert close quotation, replied Lisa. It's that simple. This is Mrs. Tamika Boramin with another Keyboarding Proofreader's Marks nugget. Practice activity. Let's practice using proofreader's marks. As the typist, it is your job to correct the following paragraph. In the first line, there are 3 errors. Do you see them? Good job! The first correction is insert space. The second correction is insert the letter D. And the third correction is close up space. In the second line, there are 2 errors. Do you see them? Good job! The first error is move to the left. The second error is delete the letter O. In the third line, there is 1 error. Do you see it? Good job! The correction is uppercase the letter H. In the fourth line, there are 2 errors. Do you see them? Good job! The first correction is transpose. And the second correction is to lowercase. Now let's read our corrected paragraph. Just how well do you adjust to change? Recognize that change is as certain to come as night turns to day. You cannot avoid change, but you can adjust to it. How quickly you do this is one indication of your likely success in the world ahead. proofreader's marks. It's that simple.
Keyboarding Nuggets, focusing on parts of a business letter presented by Mrs. Deidre Pinder. The date. The date serves as a point of reference for the sender and the reader and tells when the letter was prepared. Example, April 19th, 2020. The inside address. The inside address contains the name of the recipient's street or postal address, and the recipient's city and zip code if the letter is being mailed out of the Bahamas. Example, Mr. John Cash, President, Bank of the Bahamas, P.O. Box N2315, Nassau, Bahamas. The salutation. The salutation is a courteous way to greet the recipient. The appropriate salutation should contain the word "dear," followed by the recipient's title and last name. The body. The body contains the message and should be typed in paragraphs with a blank line separating each paragraph, as per the example below. The complimentary close. The complimentary close is a courteous way to end a letter. The most popular complimentary close used is the word "sincerely." Writer's name and position. This is the typed name and position of the originator of the letter. Example, Mistress Janet Roll, Principal. The reference initials. This identifies the typist and is typed in lowercase at the end of a letter. Let's now put all of the parts of the business letter together. The business letter begins with the date, followed by the inside address, salutation, body, complimentary close, writer's name and position, and the typist's initials. These are the parts of the business letter. Here is another keyboarding nugget presented by Ms. Deidre Pinder, and today we're looking at spacing for parts of a business letter. Question is, should I place 1 space, 2 spaces, 3 spaces, or 4 line spaces between parts of a letter? Let's find out. Lines are created in a letter when you press the Enter key and run vertically on a page from the top to the bottom. Another nice feature is the Show Hide command, which is located on the Home tab of the ribbon. This command, when selected, will show how many line spaces are used on a page. A quadruple space is placed after the date and the complementary close. To create quadruple spacing, you enter 4 times and begin typing on the 4th line, as per the examples shown. A double space is placed after the inside address, salutation, body, and writer's name and position. To create a double line spacing, you enter twice and begin typing on the 2nd line. Look at the examples below. The body of the letter is typed in single spaced. To create single line spacing, you enter once and begin typing on that same line. Let's put all of the parts together. First, you have the date, then quadruple spacing, inside address, double spacing, salutation, double space, the body typed in single line spacing with a double space between paragraphs, a double space after the body, followed by the complementary clause, a quadruple space, followed by the writer's name and position, double space, and the last part, the typist's initials. These are the parts and spacing for a business letter. It's that simple.
This is Mrs. Tamika Boramming with a keyboarding nugget. Our topic for today is the Standard Memorandum. What is a memorandum, you ask? A memorandum is a form of internal communication used within an organization. A standard memorandum has 7 parts. A standard memorandum starts with the word memorandum, keyed in all caps, centered, and followed by a quadruple space. The words to, from, date, and subject are keyed in all caps and end with a colon. These words are left aligned with a double space between each line. The body of the standard memorandum is keyed blocked, single space, with a double space between each paragraph. The last part of the standard memorandum is the reference initials, which is keyed a double space below the body. Now that you've learned the format of a standard memorandum, let's review them together. Memorandum: to, from, date, subject, body, reference initials. The standard memorandum. It's that simple. This is Mrs. Tamika Boramming with a keyboarding nugget, the simplified memorandum. The simplified memorandum, which is an internal form of communication, starts with the date, followed by a quadruple space. The name of the addressee is then keyed and followed by a double space. The subject line is keyed in all caps and followed by a double space. The body of the simplified memorandum is keyed blocked, single-spaced, with a double space between each paragraph. The writer's name and position is keyed a quadruple space below the body. The last part of the simplified memorandum is the reference initial, which is keyed a double space below the writer's name and position. Now that we've reviewed the parts of the simplified memorandum, let's call them off together, starting with the date, the addressee, the subject line, the body, the writer's name and position, and the reference initials. The simplified memorandum. It's that simple.
Keyboarding nugget number 3, presented by Ms. Deidre Pinder. Our topic today is the personal business letter. As we begin, let's review the parts of a business letter. The business letter begins with the date, followed by the inside address, the salutation, body, complimentary close, writer's name and position, and finally the typist's initial. All letters have these 7 basic parts. Now, what is a personal business letter? A personal business letter is a letter that is written by an individual to a business. The personal business letter begins with the originator's address. This is called the return address. An example, 125 East Bay Street, New Providence, Bahamas. This is the address of the originator. The date is typed under the return address in single space. Let's look at the example. You have the return address immediately followed by the date. Let's now look at the layout of the personal business letter. First, you have the return address, followed by the date. Then you have the inside address, the salutation, the body, the complimentary close, the writer's name and position, and finally the typist's initial. Look at the format of this letter. Note that the date comes immediately after the return address. This is the only difference between the business letter and the personal business letter. It's that simple. This is Ms. Deidre Pinder with another keyboarding nugget. Today, we are doing a business letter activity. Show of hands, who can list the parts of a business letter in the correct order? You are correct. The parts of a business letter are the date, inside address, salutation, body, complimentary close, writer's name and position, and the typist's initial. Good job. Provide an example of a salutation. I see your hands. An example of a salutation is, Dear Miss Pinder. Very good. What is the name of the part of the letter that comes after the date? Remember to show your hands. The part of the letter that comes after the date is the inside address. Very good. Where is the complimentary close located on a business letter? The complimentary close is located after the, let me hear you, body of the letter. Very good, kids. Where is the typist's initial positioned on a letter? Let's see who can answer this one. The typist's initial is placed after the writer's name and position. Excellent. Now for our last question, I need you to think. How is a business letter different from a personal business letter? Think about it very carefully. I see your hands. I see your hands, students. The business letter starts with the date. Excellent. Whereas the personal business letter starts with the return address. Excellent, students. All of your answers were correct. Business letters. It's that simple. Here is another keyboarding nugget presented by Miss Deidre Pinder. Today, we will be discussing a modified block letter. Can you identify the two letters on the page? Yes, you are correct. The one on the left is a business letter. The one on the right is the personal business letter. Now remember, we said that all letters have the same basic parts. Today, we are introducing you to the modified block letter. A modified block letter has three moving parts: the date, the complementary clause, and the writer's name and position. These three parts are positioned to the right of the center point as per the example. Let's now look at mixed and open punctuation styles. In mixed punctuation, a colon is placed after the salutation and a comma after the complementary clause. No punctuations are used after these parts in open punctuation. Let's now look at our modified block letter with mixed punctuation. Notice that our return address with the date, our complementary clause, along with the writer's name and position, are positioned at the right of the center. Also, look at the salutation. Do you see the colon? Now look at the complementary clause. Can you see the comma? This is a modified block letter with mixed punctuation. Students, it's that simple.
Welcome. You've tuned into an Office Procedures Business Nugget presented by Mrs. LaVan Sands of Virtual School Bahamas. Our topic for today is, what is Office Procedures? Office procedures can be defined as a set of rules or policies that guide the operations of an office or a small business. Procedures and policies, they play an important role in the running of any organization. They form a roadmap for the daily operations of any establishment. Also, this is where employees can view in writing the company's vision, values, and principles. Now let's look at some of the benefits of having policies and procedures in the workplace. Number one, employees would know what kind of performance is expected of them, or they would know exactly what to do once policies are in place. Also, company policies allow for consistency and a clear response when dealing with certain situations within the organization. Thirdly, policies provide rules and guidelines for decision-making in routine situations. Company policies provide a means of communicating information to new workers. Now let's look at some of the examples of policies or guidelines that companies may put in place. There are 7 of them listed here. Number 1, we have the code of conduct. 2, dress code. 3, communication and consultation policy. 4, workplace health and safety policy. 5, drug and alcohol policy. 6, confidential information policy. And number 7, internet and email usage policy. Now remember, all office policies and procedures are not alike. What policies and procedures may be good for one company may not necessarily be good for another. However, setting policies and procedures, they assist companies in establishing the culture of the work. It's just as simple as that. Remember, you're not here to be average. You're here to be amazing. Welcome. You've tuned into Office Procedures Business Nugget, presented by Mistress LaVan Sands of the Virtual School. Our topic for today is the office. The office may be defined as a place or room where business is done. Do you know the different types of offices? Well, let's examine a few. We have number 1, the open plan office. Number 2, the closed door partitioned office. Number 3, the virtual office. And number 4, the home office. Number 1, the open plan office. This is where several employees work together in one large office room or space. Number 2, the closed office. This is where workers are separated from one another and are closed off from everyone. It is also known as the private office. Number 3, we have the virtual office. This refers to a company that may not have the physical space, but is still able to provide service to its customers through the use of the internet. In the virtual office, business can take place anywhere. Number 4, the home office. This is simply where space is created at home to take care of business. Why are offices important in the workplace? There are several reasons. Number 1, the office is the focal point or nerve center of any organization. Number 2, the office helps the organization to run smoothly or efficiently. Number 3, it coordinates the activities or the operations of the business. Number 4, it keeps a record of information that comes into the company. Number 5, the office also contributes to the value of a company and attracts quality workforce and clients. Number 6, the office serves as a link between the various departments within an organization and the outside world. It's just as simple as that. Our class declaration, remember, you're not here to be average, you're here to be amazing. Welcome. You've tuned into Office Procedures Business Nugget, presented by Mrs. LaVan Sands of Virtual School Bahamas. Our focus for today is the office personnel. The office personnel may be defined as any office staff that carry out their clerical or administrative duties to achieve the goals and objectives of the organization. Let's articulate a few. First, we have the receptionist, the secretary, accountant, filing clerk, health and safety officer, and the human resource manager. The receptionist is responsible to greet all visitors, answer telephone calls, take messages, manage the appointment book, and maintain safety and security in the reception area. The secretary screens all calls, types correspondences, take minutes at meetings, and organize the diary for the boss. The accountant. This person performs financial operations such as budgeting, collection, and recording of all funds. The filing clerk checks all incoming mail, sort papers, and put them into file folders. Also, they would lend files to staff from time to time as need be and manage the filing system. The health and safety officer, this person ensures the safe and compliant operation of any organization. It is important that they give much attention to detail. The human resource manager, their primary functions are to recruit, hire, and train incoming staff. It's just that simple. Remember, you're not here to be average. You're here to be amazing. Welcome. You've tuned into Office Procedures Business Nugget, presented by Mrs. LaVan Sands of Virtual School Bahamas. Our topic for today is departments within an organization. In order for companies to run smoothly, there must be well-trained staff within departments to enable the company to achieve their goals and objectives. Can you help me identify the various departments within the organization? 1. Administration. 2. Human resource. 3. Accounts. 4. Purchasing. 5. Transportation. And 6. Legal. The administration department is responsible to coordinate all activities of the various departments. They help to supervise all office services and implement decisions made by the executive body. Human resource, they handle recruitment, promotion, provide training for staff, dismissals, and resignation of employees. Accounts. They are responsible to pay salaries to their employees, record accounts payable and receivable, inventory, payroll, and all other financial transactions. Purchasing. This is also known as the procurement department. It serves as the primary buyer of goods and services within an organization. They make smart purchasing decisions to avoid the company from going over budget. Transportation. They operate a fleet of company vehicles, help to organize other forms of transport, and arrange for delivery of goods to customers safely and on time. Legal. They ensure that the organization does not break the law. They issue legal opinions and explanations concerning the company, and they would represent the company in court if need be. It's just that simple. Our class declaration, remember, you're not here to be average, you're here to be